Okay, good afternoon. The July 28th meeting of the Seattle City Council will come to order. It is 2:05 p.m. I'm Joy Hollingsworth, Council President. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Saka.
Here.
Councilmember Strauss.
Here.
Councilmember Foster.
Here.
Councilmember Juarez.
Here.
Councilmember Kettle.
Here.
Councilmember Lynn.
Here.
Councilmember Rink.
Here.
Councilmember Rivera.
Present.
Council President Hollingsworth.
Here.
9 present.
Awesome. Colleagues, there's no presentations today, and before we jump right into public comment, I'm going to start opening this meeting. We will do a moment of silence for the victims who did lose their lives at the Seattle Center, and people are also the ones that were shot and are recovering today. So we will ask for a moment of silence to recognize and honor the people that lost their lives and the folks that are recovering today. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that we've heard calls to action from city officials, for city officials, especially council members. We legislate laws in our city. The executive executes and departments help deliver this work, and we are all in this together. So thank you all for that moment of silence as we pray for the victims and then also the people that are recovering right now. We are going to jump right into public comment. And colleagues, at this time, we're going to open the hybrid public comment period. Public comment is limited to items on today's agenda, the introduction and referral calendar, and the council's work program. The council cannot accept comments on quasi-judicial items or on campaign-related matters. I know we have over 30 speakers, so before everyone boos, everyone's going to get 1 minute because those are within council rules, over 30 people. How many folks do we have?
We have about 34 in person and 37 remote.
Okay, so 6, that's 71. So usually if it's more than 60, it's 1 minute or less, but we are going to do 1 minute. I'd like to honor that, and if there's no objection from my colleagues, I think less than 1 minute is quick. Is that cool? I'm just looking left and right. Awesome. There's no objection, so we will do 1 minute for speakers. Will the clerk please read the instructions to the public comment period?
The public comment period will be moderated in the following manner. Speakers will be called in the order in which they registered. Speakers will hear a chime when 10 seconds are left of their time. Speakers' mics will be muted if they do not end their comments within the allotted time to allow us to call on the next speaker. Public comment period is now open, and we'll begin with the first speaker on the list.
Okay, awesome. We're going to call people in groups of 5. So if you hear your name, and please come up to the front and just start getting up so we can kind of just keep people moving. Don't worry if you're continuing to sign up, we'll still have, you will still be able to speak. So first up, we have L. Harrison Jerome, Maria, we have June, Val, and Kate. Those 5, you are up. And on deck, we have Marta Johnson, Chris, Magdalena, Francesca, and David Long. So Air Harrison, so we'll ask Maria to on deck, June, Val, and Kate Rubin. Thank you all. And you can start whenever you are, and the timer, you're all good. Make sure you speak right into the mic as well.
Thank you, Council. My name is L. Harrison Jerome. It is hot in the rest of the country. Not only is it hot, some places like Corpus Christi and Phoenix are on track to become actually uninhabitable. If you think the tech boom is bringing a lot of people to the city, imagine what ecological collapse of the American Southwest will bring. We have to be ready for our population to be in the millions by mid-century. There is no way of avoiding this. The comp plan we have falls woefully short of the capacity we need. Every serious climate authority expresses that we need to urgently move toward dense housing. This SEPA appeal process is not about democracy, and is certainly not about environmentalism. This SEPA appeal process is why the missing link on the Burke-Gilman hasn't gotten done. It is why light rail is progressing so goddamn slowly. This is why people wonder why our elected officials can't lead, because they can't. If you think it's just one more year of delay, just one more year of homes not being built, just one more year of people being forced out of Seattle because there's not enough units for everyone, make no mistake. This EIS is 2,300 pages long. NIMBY groups will find a technicality. Vote yes on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Elle. Next, we have Maria, followed by June, Val, Kate, Ruben. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. My name is Maria Batiola, and I chair the Beacon Hill Council. The City Bill 12125 proposes to retain projects' environmental appeals and eliminate residential appeals. Unfortunately, Councilmember Lynn is silent the actual impact of the bill, which is to deny residential owners the ability to appeal when they think the environmental protection law is not properly applied. We understand those environmental protections are still in place. As an example of the value of the appeal, the Scale appealed the Mandatory Housing Affordability Act quite a number of years ago, and they and myself presented 10 plus city department memos that concluded that either MHA did not have a race and social justice analysis as required by the city. Our best asked to pause the bill, vote it down, or vote as amended by Councilmember Saka. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next, we have June, followed by Val, and then Kate, and Marta.
Council members, I urge you to vote yes on Amendment B to Council Bill 121215. This amendment preserves the only affordable SEPA appeal option for Seattle citizens and communities. If Amendment B does not pass, vote no on the bill. It's disingenuous to cite Seattle's harmful history of racist land use policies like redlining and then fail to perform a racial equity analysis on CB 121215. Please read the lived history from Lois Martin of the community of the Central District about Black community activists' successful use of environmental appeals to prevent or mitigate harm to their communities. You may say those were project actions. This bill preserves those. State law and recent city action now exempt most housing projects from SEPA review. There is no appeal where there is no review. Project review looks at one development at a time. Non-project review looks at the rules that shape whole neighborhoods. It's the only stage where the city studies displacement and cumulative impact across a community.
Thank you, June. Next, we have Val, followed by Kate, Ruben, Marta, Chris, Magdalena, Francesca, David. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Val. I'm part of District 2. I want you to vote yes on Amendment B. And if this amendment doesn't pass, please vote no as a bill as a whole. Eddie Lynn, I'm one of your constituents. The reason why I'm here is because of you. I actually came here to let you know that I feel very misled by some of the work that you've been doing, some of the emails that I've been reading. I actually felt some of misled by some of that. Without Amendment B, which I had to learn about because your work was very misguided, misleading, I apologize. Your bill does not, without the Amendment B, the bill does more harm to people as a whole. I just wanted to let you know I'm not a well-resourced individual. I don't have generational wealth. I just want to be able to have housing, but I also want to be able to have, not have it come at a cost of not being able to appeal for racial equity. That already happened to me when I lived in Yesler Terrace. I'm not letting it happen again. Vote no, vote yes on Amendment B, vote no on the bill as a whole if it doesn't pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Next, we have Kate, followed by Marta, and then Chris. Hi, Kate, Ruben. Oh, you're going to speak for her, Tiffany?
Council President, Is it okay if we switch? She's still in line.
Yeah, that's fine. What number are you?
I did not grab a number from Shireen.
You're fine.
Thank you, Council President.
Yep, you'll switch. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Tiffany McCoy. I'm the interim CEO at the Seattle Social Housing Developer. We have been in multiple negotiations for land sites for new construction pipeline for months. We have site control on 2 parcels of land, and we're getting ready to announce some of those sites once due diligence is waived. We will be building 50% of those units at 2- and 3-bedroom units. We are one of the only developers in this city that has a mandate to be building family-size units. But I continue to find that there is a nagging concern in the back of my mind that our voter-mandated social housing efforts will be stifled through our current SEPA system. Why can we build endless roads and highways, but we can't site a tiny house village for our unhoused neighbors, or a multifamily building in our historically redlined neighborhoods? I have no doubt that all of us here care about the environment, but I fear that some of us are using the environment for proxy means. Otherwise, why don't we see the same faces here for the transportation levy? Councilmember Lynn, you are a breath of fresh air. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. Next. Yep, you're all good. Thank you. Marta, welcome.
Hello all. Good afternoon. My name's Martin. I'm here with For Seattle in support of Councilmember Lynn's legislation. Thanks so much for your efforts here. Quickly, Seattle doesn't have a housing shortage because we lack good intentions. We have housing shortage because we've built a duplicative system that makes it too easy to delay the homes we all deserve. Seattle should be a city that says yes to more neighbors, more homes, and a faster path from policy to reality. We should measure our success not by how many opportunities we have to delay change, but by whether people can actually afford to live here, get around easily, and avoid the sprawl that could endure. I urge you to vote yes to Councilmember Lynn's bill today to reduce unnecessary delays and help Seattle build a future we can all enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Next, we have Chris, followed by Magdalena, Francesca, and then David. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. My name is Chris Jackins. I am the coordinator of the Seattle Committee to Save Schools. 5 points. Number one, the Seattle School District went into debt to buy a new headquarters some 25 years ago. Number two, I filed appeals along with industrial users in the area. The city then denied permits for the project. The district then sued the city. Number three, one stop along the way was the city hearing examiner's office. Number four, the first city proposal affected a giant number of properties. The examiner ruled that further analysis was required. Number five, Council Bill 12-1215 also affects a giant number of properties. Has there been a required SEPA threshold determination? Please vote no. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. Is it Magdalena? Is it friend? Would you mind? You're on crutches. Can she go before you? Is that okay? Okay, Francesca. I'm sorry. Thank you. I had you standing there the whole time. I apologize. Go right ahead. Thank you, Magdalena. I appreciate that.
Thank you. My name is Francesca. I'm an artist and community organizer, resident of District 3, and I work in District 2. I'm here to ask Council to adopt Amendment B for Council Bill 12-1215 or vote no to Council Bill 12-1215. I understand Seattle is in a housing crisis, but we are also facing greater threats to our environmental safety than ever before. Building housing or city infrastructure without environmental accountability will inevitably land hardest on communities of color. We've seen proof of this in the past with I-90 in the Sam Smith Park, and we see proof of that today with Rainier Valley Light Rail cutting through MLK, putting pedestrian lives in jeopardy every day. Marginalized communities cannot afford to pursue legal recourse like our white counterparts. Protect Seattle's environmental appeal process to protect communities of color and the legacy of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Next, we have Magdalena. Thank you for that, Magdalena. And then next, we have David after Magdalena.
Council, do we support black women? Raise your hand if you support black women. There we go. Let's get some more hands. I don't see any white hands in the air. What's going on? All right. Do we support indigenous women? Can we raise our hands? Yes. Can we support that? Yes. So why does it change when they're trans? Member Juarez, trans people, missing and murdered indigenous trans people, missing and murdered indigenous two-spirit people, and missing and murdered indigenous queer people are relying on you to step forward and fight for our rights in this time of civil emergency in the trans refugee crisis. If you think that this is a white issue, think again. Member Strauss and Commander Kettle, you would have drummed half of the SPD out of the Navy if they had been your sailors. Instead, we are served by mercenaries from out of town. And tell me, what city has ever retained its sovereignty by being entirely staffed by mercenaries? Support trans rights and give us an emergency amendment.
Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you, Magdalena. Next, we have David Long. After David, we have Marta, followed by Steve, and then Alice.
Hello, Council. My name is David Long. I am a fifth-generation Seattleite. And first of all, I want to commend the police for their response on Sunday. And I was out of town, heard about it immediately, made some phone calls, and just found out that the police did an exceptional job, so I just want to make sure I commend the police for their response. I wanted to talk a little bit about the IT that's being brought to the city and what is this, CB 121225. As we're looking at upgrading or adding IT or people that handle that, we need to make sure that we're upgrading the systems at the Seattle Center and all of our other public places. A lot of people sometimes say they don't like the cameras of the police. We need more coverage. I'll just put it that way. So as you're thinking about growth, as we're thinking about expanding in areas, please make sure that we're looking at ways of keeping the eyes on the people to make sure we're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next we have, so the next 10 speakers, and we're going to do 10 speakers here, and then we're going to do 20 in person, excuse me. If you're online, we're going to come to you and do 10, and we're going to come back and do in person. So just so you know, we'll do 10 more here in person. We'll go online and do 10, and we'll do 20 in person. So we'll keep rotating, or else it gets long for the people online as well. So we have Martha Baskin, followed by Steve. Here are the next 10. So Martha, Steve, Alice Green, Jeff Paul, David Hill, Kenneth Davies, Jordan, Alicia, Lydia, and Steve Zemke. So we have Martha, Steve, Alice, Jeff, David, Kenneth, Jordan, Alicia, Lydia, and Steve. You all are the next 10 speakers. Go ahead, Martha.
All right.
Welcome.
I like Martha, actually. It's far preferable.
I'm sorry.
So good afternoon. Hello, hello. Please vote yes on Amendment B. And if that amendment does not pass, say no to CB 1215. The rationale behind CB 1215, an amendment that would eliminate environmental appeals on all city land use legislation and any city building project, is like Trump's claims about voter fraud, an exercise in deception. Trump's crusade isn't ensuring everyone gets to vote. It's about disenfranchising voters. In this case, CB 1215 isn't about reform. It's about taking away the one avenue ordinary people have to address critical environmental issues the city is ignoring. And with this next point, I invoke the voice of Lois Martin, a tree ally and a friend who I'm honored to know. Martin is an educator and teaching children as I speak. The sponsor's public FAQ, she writes, invokes the ugly history of redlining and the worst health outcomes it left for Black and brown residents of South and Central Seattle, yet no racial equity in.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have Steve, and you can put your comments in the basket too. We have Steve, Alice, Jeff, and then David. Welcome, Steve.
Yes, this is an experiment in democracy. You know, it's so much more efficient not to have people comment. It is so much more efficient not to have people with power, because you can do things quickly. And our fearless leader, who's also a developer, strangely enough, thinks like a developer, believes the same thing. I don't. I think that Seattle has gone too far that way, because we're seeing less and less good development. Recently, I've seen a lot of older buildings being torn down in the Belltown and area and some other areas of the city, and these are not going to be replaced by affordable housing, because we refuse to look at MHA. We refuse to save affordable housing that is not subsidized. So let's do something for democracy. You know, if you have a lot of money, you can go to Superior Court. If you don't,
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Alice Green, Jeff Paul, David, Kenneth, Jordan. Welcome.
Thank you for hearing us today. I'm with the Green Party of Seattle. My name is Alice Green. My main concern is eliminating the SEPA environmental reviews for buildings. I do think we need to streamline it. We need to get people into houses. But with all of the vacant commercial space and office space downtown and all the potential for deep density, we should be looking at that as well. I would say vote for the Amendment B. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Next, we have Jeff Paul. Welcome. Good to see you. David, Kenneth, Jordan.
Hello, hello. Cool. Hello, Council. I'm going to go a little higher. My name is Jeff Paul. I'm the co-executive director of House Our Neighbors, and I'm a renter in D3. here to speak in favor of this bill again. I'm here because I'm still very frustrated. I'm frustrated that people are here who claim to care about the environment, yet they're fighting against one of the most important things that we can do to address climate change and support our local ecosystems, which is dense housing that enables car-free or car-light living. I'm young enough to get to look forward to climate collapse in my lifetime. I'll be living in Seattle in a few decades when climate refugees pour in as entire swaths of our planet become unlivable unless we take drastic action. Every single environmental scientist in the world says that we have to massively reduce the amount of time people drive in cars. They destroy our atmosphere, their tires and brakes pollute our water. Seattle is just one city, but we must do our part to move with urgency. The only way we can do that is if we build densely. Public transit only works when we have dense cities. It's one of the most important drawdowns that we can make. Please take the environmental crisis and the housing crisis seriously.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have David, Kenneth, Jordan, Alicia, Lydia, Steve. Welcome.
Hi, Council. My name is David Hill. I'm here representing the Transit Riders Union. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on Amendment 1 to Bill 121215. Cities have to evolve to meet new demands. Opponents of this change are clinging to an outdated vision of Seattle from 1995 that simply cannot support our city today. To deliver the walkable, transit-rich future in our comprehensive plan, we must build dense housing near transit. Density is climate action. Right now, special interests use $120 filing fees to weaponize environmental appeals and block housing, forcing growth out to the periphery and destroying actual wildlife habitat. Pushing housing into sprawling subdivisions is not environmentalism. True climate justice means welcoming neighbors into our urban core. Please end the cynical abuse of procedural red tape and vote yes on Amendment 1. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Kenneth, followed by Jordan, Alicia, Lydia, Steve. Welcome.
Hi, a few of you on the City Council think silencing the public is a great idea. You have plans and ideas, and you don't want to hear about any of the potential problems with them. If the people's rights are getting in the way and they're slowing things down, well, those rights just have to go, don't they? But have you ever seen Seattle railroad through a policy you knew was wrong, but it was enacted anyway? Of course you have. So why are you wanting to take away our right to point these problems out before they become law? This 1-minute kabuki theater is a joke. Seattle gives us the right to challenge environmental issues, to have proposals that can be corrected and improved before they're entombed in concrete, before they're too big to fail and must be passed. Don't tell the public to shut up and let the developers rule. When you Democrats act like this, you don't need Republicans to take away our state-given rights. You'll do that for them. Don't become as bad as the Republicans. Don't imitate their very worst behaviors. Don't approve this terrible proposal.
Next we have Jordan, followed by Alicia. If we do just spirit hands, I will keep us going. Thank you so much. Welcome, Jordan.
Good afternoon. I'm Jordan Crawley, a lifelong resident of District 1, speaking in opposition to Amendment B and in support of Council Bill 121215. I'm also someone who has lived through housing insecurity and struggled with affording a roof over my head. The underlying bill helps to streamline legislative actions critical to our ability to build enough housing at all income levels in our city. Amendment B undermines that effort. Presented as a mere change, it directly contradicts the core purpose of the bill. It leaves the door open to the types of appeals that have bogged down development for decades without any meaningful reduction in processing time. It would allow opponents of a taller and denser Seattle to reduce the effectiveness of this council, and that is not what good governance looks like. If you believe in a housed Seattle, if you believe in affordability for all, we need you to oppose efforts to undermine this bill and oppose Amendment B. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we have Alicia, followed by Lydia, and then Steve, and then we're going to go online. So if you're listening online, first 10 speakers, and then we'll come back in person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Hollingsworth and members of the council. My name is Alicia Ruiz. I'm here today representing Habitat for Humanity, Seattle, King, and Kittitas counties. Over 1,400 letters have landed in your inboxes from our network of supporters. They are all in support of Council Bill 1215. That's not noise. That's a community telling you that delay has a cost. A family doesn't need more review, they need a roof. Every month this redundant process drags on is another month they spend waiting for a home to call their own. That wait isn't paperwork to them, it's real life put on hold. Habitat believes strongly in environmental protections, but But this is being used as a tool to stall housing rather than safeguard our neighborhoods. Building affordable, dense homes near transit isn't at odds with our climate goals. Instead, it's one of the clearest ways to advance them. Seattle housing crisis demands action, not redundant process. We urge you to pass Council Bill 121215 today and vote no on Amendment B. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Next, we have Lydia, followed by Steve. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. My name is Lydia, and I'm here in support of Council Bill 121215, protecting land use actions from EIS appeals. Many of us have participated from beginning to end of our long Seattle process just to see a few people or even one person halt implementation because it wasn't the outcome they wanted. This is not fair or democratic. We have suffered the tyranny of the few for too long. We have spoken for land use code that allows more people to live within our urban boundaries and reduces car dependency, which is the greatest thing we can do for our environment. Frivolous, time-consuming appeals prevent or delay what we have already spoken for, and I'm so tired of having to repeat everything again and again. I'm asking that you end this tyranny. I'm asking that you approve this bill. Please vote no to Amendment B, which effectively negates the proposed legislation. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve, and then we will go online with Riley Aberon. You will be first online. Welcome, Steve.
Yeah. Steve Zemke speaking for Friends of Seattle's Urban Forest and Tree Pack. Note that we support building more housing in the city of Seattle. We support building up. We support stacked flats. And we support common walls and things like townhouses so we can get more trees on lots and nature. In particular, I want today to thank the council members who have proposed amendments. We think these are helpful. They are positive changes in most cases. In particular, Amendment B, we support. We feel that it addresses the issue of SEPA appeals by the public and proposes necessary reforms, such as moving these appeals to the front of the line for the hearing examiner, proposes reasonable timeframes to consider appeals, for instance, 90 days. Support Amendment A by Council Member Hollingsworth, propose a reasonable addition to director's reports. Also support Amendment F by Kettle, supposedly develop a SEPA handbook, and do have some concerns about not covering the council, not having to do director's reports by.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Zemke. Thank you so much. Next, we have Riley, followed by Ken, then Lois Martin. You're going to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi there, Council. My name is Riley from West Seattle. I want to first recognize that this form of public comment is profoundly unrepresentative and biased towards people like me who are able to spend their weekday afternoon participating in this meeting. That said, I urge you to pass this bill without Councilmember Saka's gutting amendment. We don't let one person waste months on pointless process when it comes to budget or the police contract or World Cup preparations. But when it comes to allowing more homes, we do. These appeals are the Seattle process in the worst way, a waste of time and a way to run down the clock. Seattle's appeal process has never resulted in substantive changes to an IEIS, much less to the actual plan. Building more homes in our cities is unequivocally good for the environment. Recognizing this, the state has already permanently eliminated these appeals, as have King County, Bellevue, Tacoma, and Everett. Again, Seattle SEPA appeals have never resulted in substantive changes to an EIS or the actual plan. The status quo is not neutral, and wasting time to preserve it is unacceptable. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Next, we have Ken, followed by Lois Martin. Toby is next. *6 to unmute yourself. Welcome, Ken. You're still on mute, Ken. Just *6 to unmute yourself. *6. We'll come back. Okay, so Lois, oh, there you go. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead and start, Ken.
So this is Aaron Tulloch with FMS Global Strategy. Told me to unmute.
Okay, go ahead. It says Ken. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Tulloch with FMS Global Strategies and the We Build Back Better Alliance, a coalition representing more than 900 community-based organizations. Thank you for reaching an agreement with the mayor rather than making Seattle choose between feeding children and in school and feeding them when it closes. Amendment 6 version 2 feeds up to 5,000 families a year on weekends and breaks for 6 years. Universal meals reach more than 6,800 food insecure students at 53 schools not covered last year. When the cafeteria closes, a child who eats 2 or 3 meals at school stops eating. We support the full implementation and evaluation plan and ask you to carry it both pieces to final passage intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Lois Martin, followed by Toby Thalia.
Good afternoon. My name is Lois Martin, and I'm sorry I could not be there in person, but I'm here about one thing, our right as citizens to hold the city accountable. When the city plans a major change, it has to study the harm first, including who gets displaced. Peer-reviewed research, The Color of Health, found that transit-driven development and the gentrification around it displaces communities of color, and that Black residents benefit least and are pushed out more. CB 121215 takes away our right to question the city's environmental review through an administrative appeal. Housing built for affordability is already exempt from these appeals, so this bill does not clear the way for that housing. It only removes our voice on the big rezones where displacement happens. And by the city's own summary and fiscal note, no racial equity analysis was done on this bill. None. So I ask you to support Amendment B. And if that does not pass, to vote no on CB 121215. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Next, we have Toby, followed by Rick K, then Deb. Toby, *6, unmute yourself.
Hello, Toby Thaler here. Good afternoon, council members. The stated motive for eliminating SEPA appeals is to prevent delay in the construction of needed housing. Thus, what housing is needed? What we need is affordable housing. The city attorney has stated on the record that increasing the number of market rate housing units, quote, will decrease the cost or at least limit the increase in cost, and it will reduce displacement on those areas that traditionally have been displaced because they're lower cost, end quote. In other words, the city takes the position that increasing the quantity of market rate housing is mitigation of displacement. If that claim were true, then the 2019 MHA program would have made a dent in displacement. But the city hasn't produced any evidence that this has happened. Where's the OPCD? The point of SEPA is to...
Thank you, Toby. Next, we have Rick, Deb, and then Irene Wall.
The data show that the public has not been abusing the appeals process. On the other hand, some city employees and electeds have been abusing the faith that people have put in them, making shoddy policy contrary to science and excluding the scientific community from involvement. They have been obstinate in refusal to correct even obvious errors in the analysis. They even reworded people's comments in the EIS comment section to remove the supporting arguments. It's time for better angels on the city council to speak up for the people and create legislation that enables intelligent public involvement. The goal should be to reduce the need for appeals rather than blocking accountability. Now is not the time. We need all hands on deck pushing for accountability in Washington, D.C., and your actions here locally are discrediting that. Only a total hypocrite can let the billionaires own the Seattle City Council and then complain that they own D.C. If you want accountability in D.C., model it here. Remember, you don't know who will be in office after you. Vote no on this disenfranchisement bill. Commit instead to increased accountability, claiming that there's no need for accountability.
Thank you. Next, we have Deb, followed by Irene, James, and then Patrick, and then we'll come back in person. *6, unmute yourself, Deb.
Hello, my name's Deb Lester, and PB 12115 should not be passed unless Amendment B is adopted, which preserves the public's right to appeal during the non-project phase. Problems identified in the non-project phase can impact the entire city and must be corrected before they reach the project level when it's too late for corrections. The DMHB option is not feasible for most due to cost. An analysis no one can afford to challenge is not rigorous and accountability is lost. State law and recent city action now exempt most housing projects from SEPA review. There is no appeal when there is no review. Without the appeal option or folks that can't afford the GMHG process, public input is limited to these 1-minute public comments, written comments during a comment period that are often not included or responded to, or contacting your council person who in many cases will not respond to or meet with their constituents. These are all frustrating options. Seattle can do better by maintaining the opportunity for residents to identify key environmental issues so they can be corrected before the damage is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Irene Wall, followed by James Wu, Patrick Taylor, then we'll come back in person.
Hello, this is Irene Wall, resident of District 6, to address CB 121215. The flurry of late amendments shows the matter is not ready for a final vote today. Amendment B is worthy of consideration as the basis for a substitute bill, but otherwise the amendments don't address the fundamental reason the majority of people strongly oppose this action. Attempts to justify this bill fail to convince anyone. Yes, we elect the council to represent us, but that does not mean replace us or silence us in matters as important as the future of our city. Please read the comments in the Seattle Times following the pro-con opinions. When community leaders and residents from very different neighborhoods voice their opposition, that should be your guide, not the tear-stained allegations that rare SEPA appeals are preventing the construction of affordable housing. Those projects are already exempt from SEPA and design review. Getting SEPA right is about getting mitigation needed to get development.
Thank you. Next, we have James, followed by Patrick. James, followed by Patrick, and then we'll come back in person. Star 6, unmute yourself.
Thank you. Dear council members, I'm a PhD student, or PhD scientist working in healthcare. I would like an environmental impact study of the climate harms of not building housing densely enough. How do I make sure this gets studied? I would like a racial equity analysis of existing high opportunity, wealthy, majority white neighborhoods of the city, preventing dense rental homes from being built in their own neighborhoods. How do I get this study started? These are, of course, rhetorical questions. The answer is I cannot. Apparently, citizens only have the right to delay change, but never the right to question the damage of the status quo. You've heard today from property-owning tree reactionaries that the status quo works just great for them. Well, studies show that housing delay kills. Renters have 3.5 years shorter life expectancy than homeowners due to the health impacts of suffering instability. Pass 12-12-15 as is. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, we have Patrick. And if we could just do spirit hands, we have over 100 speakers, and so we'll try to move through as best we can. Next, we have Patrick, and then we're going to come back in person. Before you go, Patrick, the people that are up on deck next is Alexandria, Sarah Clark, Shimona, Mackenzie, Logan, Jonathan, Fritter. If I said your name wrong, I really apologize. Bennett, Lamb Ho, and then Harper. You all will be next after Patrick, you speak online. Go ahead, Patrick. Star 6, unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Patrick Taylor, D2. My comments regard CB 12-12-15. I'm sure everyone in council has talked about improving the Seattle process and cutting red tape. This is the opportunity to do so. Councilmember Lynn's proposal is a sensible reform that will speed up much needed policy changes and important projects while maintaining an opportunity for appeal. It will eliminate malicious appeals that cost the city time and taxpayer money spent on additional study and delay, but don't improve policy or environmental outcomes. Work on the One Seattle plan has been going on for over 4 years, with several more to go. There have been numerous open houses, public comment periods, council hearings, several elections, and a 2,000-page EIS. Residents have had abundant opportunity to express their feelings loud and clear. Yet a small group of affluent people with free time and money have been able to subvert the process, delaying the comp plan and much needed housing opportunities. This is not what democracy looks like. This is not what smart environmentalism looks like either. Please pass the bill and vote down the Amendment B. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Patrick. All right, Alexandria, welcome, followed by Sarah, Shimona, Mackenzie, Logan. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Alexandra Kleeman, a partner at Hillis, Clark, Martin, and Peterson that practices in our environmental group. One area of my practice relates to the cleanup of contaminated sites undergoing redevelopment. The cleanup that occurs as part of this new construction is one of the most effective ways to improve environmental conditions in urban locations. If these sites are not redeveloped, then they are often not cleaned up. Urban redevelopment leaves behind a cleaner environment. In addition to the cleanup that occurs as part of this redevelopment, Washington State's baseline technical codes, like the Energy Code and the Stormwater Code, result in green new development. Passing new code to implement pro-housing policies is one of the best things this council can do to encourage redevelopment and cleanup of contaminated sites. Council Bill 121215 makes that code adoption process more efficient, and I encourage your support. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Alexandria. Next, we have Sarah, Shimona, Mackenzie, Logan. Welcome, Sarah Clark.
Hey, Council President Hollingsworth, members of the Seattle City Council. For the record, my name is Sarah Clark, and I'm here today testifying on the over 2,600 members of the Seattle Metro Chamber speaking in support of Council Bill 121215. Seattle's business community has been consistent in our advocacy on housing policy. We have a huge deficit, and in order for us to build all the housing across all types at all income levels for all people in Seattle, we need a comprehensive approach. And we feel that CB 121215 is getting us into a better direction by eliminating redundant reviews in the SEPA process. For Seattle's business community, the lack of affordable housing also, contributes to other struggles to recruit and retain workers. And we are in a vulnerable place, and we can't afford to lose more. So we are respectfully asking the committee to pass this legislation before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Shimona, followed by Mackenzie, and then Logan. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Council President and members of the Seattle City Council. My name is Shimona Moreno, and I'm the Executive Director at 350 Seattle. I'm here today to ask you to please pass Council Bill 121215. This is a practical process reform. Environmental review remains in place, and the bill addresses a redundant local appeal path that can add months to legislative housing decisions without building a single home or improving environmental outcomes. Here at 350 Seattle, we believe that housing is a human right and a powerful climate solution. When we build affordable, dense housing where our people work, shop, play, and pray, we drive less, which means less pollution, less sprawl, less time in traffic, and lower monthly bills. Dense, affordable housing is the critical first step to neighborhoods where everyone can get their needs met by walking, rolling, biking, and busing. Climate resilience can't happen without it. I had the honor of being part of the Mayor's transition team, and a big thing people mentioned in our stakeholdering is in the holdup in Seattle's planning processes. That we get stuck in process.
Thank you, Shimona. I'm sorry. I know you can put your comments in the thing if you want, or you can email them to us as well. We'd love to hear them. Okay, awesome. Looking forward to those. Mackenzie, followed by Logan, and then Fritter. Welcome, Mackenzie.
Hello, City Council. My name is Mackenzie Mayfield. I grew up in Seattle, and I'm a current grad student in environmental science at UW. I'm here to urge you to adopt Council Bill 121215. The ability of just a few well-resourced individuals and organizations to stall reform with SEPA appeals long-term is neither democratic nor is it good environmentalism. Continuing to limit housing density in a growing city will lead to suburban sprawl and increased car traffic. This will lead to increased inputs of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, increased stormwater runoff into the waterways. We know this, and I understand the fear around urban growth, but rather than being afraid of change, we need to face it and adapt to it. We have a city with a growing population and a housing shortage. Let's not kid ourselves that making Seattle less livable will improve the environment, or that delaying building will stop growth. Instead, I urge the city to face the problem head on with solutions like building more walkable neighborhoods and increasing public transit access. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Next, we have Logan, followed by Fritter, Jonathan, Bennett, Lamho, Harper. Welcome. Logan.
Afternoon, Council. Logan with MBAX and also District 5 resident. I'm here today in support of Council Bill 121215, and I urge you to vote yes today, including a yes on amendments A, D, and E. Seattle's in the midst of a real housing shortage, and we can see that as permit applications continue to drop to all-time lows and home prices continue to rise. While this bill itself doesn't build more housing, It does help ensure that the city does not experience further unnecessary delay in planning for and implementing zoning and policy changes that will build more housing. And I want to reiterate, because this cannot be stated enough here today, this is a procedural reform, and it does not eliminate public process or take back environmental standards. Voting yes today will help ensure that we can build more housing of all types, build faster, and without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. Next, we have Fritter. Is Fritter here? Wallet? Is that you, sir? I messed up your name. I'm sorry. Fritz? Okay. I didn't see the Z.
Fritz Wallet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Z's a little, you got to admit, because people on TV are going to think I can't read. Can you just give me that the Z's a little off?
I'm sorry, what?
Never mind. On your writing. I'm talking about your writing, that I didn't.
I apologize.
No, okay, thank you. I don't want people to think I can't read. Thank you, Fritz. Okay, then Jonathan, Bennett, Lamb, and Harper. Thanks for giving me that one.
So I come here today to oppose 12-12-15 as it's presently written. If Amendment B were to pass, that would vastly improve its revisions. I am a former assistant city attorney. I worked under 3 city attorneys while I was here for 18 years. And I have never seen a bill quite like this during the time I was there that took away rights. In Seattle, we generally speaking preserve rights or we increase rights. We don't take them away. We leave that to the folks on the banks of the Potomac in the White House to do that. I regard 12-12-15 as an overreaction to Jennifer Godfrey's victory in the Court of Appeals, and we got a lot of helpful information in the Court of Appeals. Let's move on to pass a bill that supports the environment and trees and salmon. Thank you.
Thank you, Fritz. Next, we have Jonathan, followed by Bennett, Lamb, and then Harper. We just do our spirit hands. We'll get to Jonathan, Bennett, Lamb, and Harper. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, Council President Hollingsworth and council members. My name is Jonathan Lopez, and I serve as an appointed member of the Seattle's Immigrant and Refugee Commission, and I am here in that capacity today to advocate for Seattle's immigrant and refugee communities. I want to thank Councilmember Rivera and the members of the Select Committee for advancing the FEPP Levy Implementation and Evaluation Plan. Seattle's immigrant and refugee communities do not lack talent, ambition, or the desire to contribute. However, many from these communities are not presented with the same access to professional networks, career preparation, mentorship, and opportunities to help reach their potential. Passing this plan is important, but its success will be measured by whether these opportunities reach the communities that have historically been furthest from them. Please pass Council Bill 121240, sorry about that, and continue prioritizing investments that allow every young person in Seattle to learn, contribute, and thrive.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. There you go. Bennett, Lamb, Harper. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Bennett Hazelton, and today outside the Storm Fever game at Climate Pledge, there is an anti-trans group planning to hold a rally. Now, when I say anti-trans, look, if the group said something like, oh, we need to think about doing something with the rules because trans women have such a physical advantage over Swiss women, and personally, I don't think that's hate speech, but I've been to these things, and they never stop with that. It's always this ugly shit like saying a trans woman is a man in a dress, calling trans women mentally ill, claiming that trans women are dangerous to kids, which is fucked up and also obviously not supported by statistics. We need to go on record that this rally that's happening does not represent Seattle's values. There is a good chance that Victoria Palmer is going to be there. She, of course, most of you know is the piece of work who's on the executive board of the King County Republican Party and is the one who came to City Council claiming that trans people are committing a genocide against our young people or something. It's fucked up shit. So I would invite you, if you have time, or anyone here or anyone watching, to come and help protest this. I'm going to be there with a sign exhorting ticket holders to please throw your you-know-whats at these idiots not onto the court.
Thank you, Bennett. Bennett. All right. Thank you, Bennett. Can we have Lamb and Harper? We love your signs, Bennett, by the way. All right. Lamb, and then
Good afternoon,
Harper.
Council President Hollingsworth and council members. My name is Lam Ho, and I'm the general manager of the Transit Riders Union. I've also been a community lawyer for almost 2 decades in low-income communities. So due process and a democratic system, legal system is something that is my guiding principle and of my work. And I'm here to ask for you to vote for 121215 without Amendment B because it is the democratic option. When you think about due process, it factors in meaningful access, which Councilmember Lynn has thought very meaningfully about and maintained an administrative process, which I'd like to point out is actually without a fee. So there still is an administrative appeal process, as well as a judicial option that's still available to communities to question decisions by the city. But you also have to balance it with the impact when meaningful access does not provide a resolution to what is just. And what is just is ensuring that Seattle is not harmed by the continuing affordability crisis and the crisis that we deal with homelessness. We can't allow
Thank you, Lam. Thank you, Lam. You're all good. Harper, you're next, and then the next 10 people, and then we'll jump back online. Before you go, Harper, give me 1 second. I'm gonna say the next 10 people. Thank you so much. Sandy, Kathy, Jessica, Susan, David, Megan, Catherine, Mark, Manti, and then Paul. You all are next. So if you all start standing up and getting ready, you all will be the next 10, and then we will go through them and we'll jump back online. Harper, Nally, you are up.
Hello, I'm Harper Nally, and I'm a lifelong environmentalist, which is why I support 121215 without Amendment B. The sides to me are clear. I care about trees, which is why I believe we should make it easier to prevent sprawl. I care about trees, if you care about trees, you care about deforestation. If you care about preserving your home value and your wealth, you care about opposing SEPA streamlining. Abuse of SEPA by homeowners is a huge part of why LA and San Francisco are some of the least affordable cities in the world. Right now, sorry, I finished my script. There are ways that we can preserve tree coverage in Seattle and that don't harm housing. We can replace street parking with planters. This is a very, very simple solution to this problem that in theory satisfies both sides. Ask yourself why it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Harper. Next, we have Sandy, Kathy, Jessica, Susan, David. Welcome, Sandy.
Great. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Sandy Shetler. At every meeting on this bill, someone has asked the sponsor, does CB 121215 take away project appeals? And every time we've been reassured that it doesn't. But this is disingenuous because CB 121093 already removed almost all removed all SEPA and the project appeals that go with them. For example, a 30,000 square foot big box store is completely exempt from a project appeal, from a SEPA, if it has one ADU in the basement. Affordable housing is also already exempt. Administrative Type 5 appeals are all we have left, and they are the most important. It's the only stage where the city studies cumulative environmental impact and displacement across a community, not one parcel at a time. Without the check of a potential appeal, EIS quality will certainly decrease. Thank you, Councilmember Saka, for sponsoring Amendment B, which streams.
Thank you, Sandy. Next, we have Kathy, followed by Jessica and Susan. Welcome, Kathy.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kathy Kapliner. Today, citizens have a right, indeed a responsibility, to make sure government considers the full extent of various impacts before irreparable harm is done, to try to make sure big money does not recklessly destroy the environment. CB 121215 would move the timing of that right to only after permanent / long-lasting harms have been done. I do not take kindly to being denied my rights. We can have both trees and dense housing if just done right and carefully. So I ask, is this a council that will summarily abandon green space advocates? Again, trees with housing. Is this a council that will bend its knee to the industries that would see our fair city look like New York City? I urge you, I need you to stand up for democracy and science and vote no on CB 12-12-15.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have Jessica, followed by Susan, and then David. You can put your comments if you want, or send them to us, whatever is best for you if you want. Thank you so much, Susan. Kathy. Jessica, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Council. Hi.
Whichever one you want to use,
Hi.
yeah.
My name is Jessica Dixon. I'm in District 6. I'm asking the council to vote no on CB 12-12-15 unless Amendment B passes. Amendment B preserves the public's right to appeal while reforming the process to streamline housing-related appeals. CB 12-12-15 disenfranchises Seattle voters. Other appeals processes cost thousands of dollars, lots of time, and only happen after legislation is enacted. CB 12-12-15 is a solution in search of a problem. As noted by FutureWise, Seattle has consistently led the nation in producing housing. This would not be possible if appeals were really holding up the housing production. An argument that SEPA appeals cost time and money falls flat. Since 2016, Seattle's averaged just 2.7 appeals per year, and only 8 of the 27 appeals involved housing. Eliminating the right to address fewer than one housing-related appeal per year is out of scale. Vote no, unless B is passed.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have that was Jessica, sorry. Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Susan, followed by David, and then Megan.
Yep.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Susan Fedor for District 1. I'd like to express opposition to CB 12-12-15 as written, not as anti-housing, but as pro-accountability. Citizen appeals and public participation are not obstacles to progress. They're how we catch unintended consequences before they become permanent. Amendment B effectively addresses the concern that prompted the bill and also protects meaningful public participation. I strongly urge council members to support the amendment and offer thanks to Councilmember Saka for sponsoring it. A stated intent of this bill was to meaningfully address climate change for a city that believes in science, yet the Urban Forestry Commission, comprised of scientists and an arborist appointed by city leaders who volunteer expertise to integrate ecological wisdom into urban planning, are largely underutilized, if not ignored. By contrast, developers are granted private monthly meetings who are not stakeholders in our communities. They are guided more by profit than science, which is why we continue to lose some of our biggest trees for more parking spaces. The public deserves to maintain a seat at the table, and Amendment B allows for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have David, followed by Megan, Catherine. Hi, David.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Gloger from District 5. Council Bill 12-12-15 has been presented with a staggering amount of misinformation. Here are a couple examples. It is a claim that appeals slow affordable housing development, but no evidence has been shown to support this. The Orca appeal was filed because the EIS for the One Seattle plan had serious flaws. It was not to slow affordable housing. The city attorneys have filed legal delays at every step of the appeal process, so blame them, not the appellant, or blame the city for producing an incomplete EIS. The sponsor of 12-12-15 claims to care about South and Central Seattle, but he condemns a similar national appeal process from 50 years ago that was crucial to the Black community's fight for lit over I-90 and the Rainier Valley Mitigation Fund. The national process doesn't apply to local issues, and CB 12-12-15 would take that away. So vote no on 12-12-15 unless we get Amendment B from.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Next, we have Megan, followed by Catherine, Marie, Manti, and Paul.
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
I never am real happy to be here, and I'm almost losing hope. I'm Megan McKiernan. I'm a third-generation Seattleite, and I got to cure the childhood blues by stomping around in Thornton Creek. And I want so much for the city to grow in a way that preserves as much as possible. Our canopy, our everything that we know, we need and love. I don't have grandchildren. I'm doing this work for everybody else's grandchildren. Councilmember Lynn, thank you for caring enough to work this hard to bring this bill forward. It needs help. I understand that you are concerned about the environment, but we need more time. We need the voice of the people. Please include the voice of the people. Please vote for Amendment B, and then let's have a new bill. And let's have a new tree ordinance.
Thank you, Megan. Next, we have Catherine, followed by welcome.
Hello, my name is Catherine Haberbush, shoemaker, and I live in Northeast Seattle, and I'm standing here with many of my fellow citizens to urge the City Council to vote no on CB 121215 unless Amendment B passes. If passed without Amendment B, this bill would effectively eliminate the only affordable legal pathway for Seattleites to challenge the city's assumptions and conclusions about the impacts of the city's development decisions on waterways, trees, and animals. The city's assumptions are sometimes based on inaccurate or incomplete information. Let Seattle citizens speak. Voters and taxpayers deserve the ability to affordably, legally, and formally challenge the environmental conclusions the city makes when there is available information to the contrary. Many residents in the city are desperate to work with, not against, the Seattle City Council to achieve common goals of increased housing while preserving our environment. Please do not shut us out of the process.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we're about an hour in. Again, if there's no objection, I'm going to extend the public comment period for another hour. We do have about 40 people online, and then we have a remaining about 30. We do 6. Okay. So if no objection, and then if we have to extend it, we'll continue to extend it. Okay? No objection? Awesome. All right. Catherine, that was Catherine. Was that Catherine that just spoke? That was. Okay, now we have Marley. Is Marley here? Marley Holland? That's you? Did I say your name wrong? Come on, Marley. Yeah, you're up. You've won the lotto. Come on.
Yeah, it's Mark.
Powerball. Mark, oh, okay, you're K. Hold on.
Okay, vote no on 121215. I helped win an appeal against the Cheesty Bike Park on Beacon Hill as a member of the Friends of Cheesty. An appeal meets the legal definition of the First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Your colleagues are asking you to approve a law to eliminate the right of most, but not all citizens to file a SEPA appeal, all but Eddie Lynn's high-paying corporate clients. Our appeal made the Parks Department do their job right. For example, SPR will never again be allowed to control permitting for projects in green spaces and natural areas. All permits must now go through SDCI. 2, SPR will never again let a single compromised employee control a public involvement or permitting process to benefit his friend's company on which he served as a board member. 3, SPR will never again file for a permit in natural areas without first doing necessary geotechnical and wildlife studies, Eddie. Our appeal protected Cheesty green space and ultimately all green spaces and democracy in Seattle. Vote no on CB 121215. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Manti, followed by Paul, and then we're going to jump online. Our first speaker online will be Rachel Nathanson.
You may call me Manti. I'm a spiritual leader in the trans community here in Seattle. Keep your oaths and have mercy for my people. The regulations are written in blood. Kill no trannies, rape no trannies, dox no trannies, erase no trannies, exploit no trannies. Every day, the cruel government of this nation does all it can to break these rules, betraying its children, and look what happens. Your leaders are demented. Disease stalks the land. Your crops are failing. Your cattle are dying. In war, you blunder. Unrest and violence spreads. Now natural disasters are coming. The government of this nation has lost the mandate of heaven for what it does to my people, and if you do not wish to join them in perdition, you cannot sit back and do nothing. You must fulfill your promises of sanctuary to transgender people. I would say, have you no room at your inn? But unlike you, the innkeeper did not promise a room to Mary and Joseph before they traveled to Bethlehem. If you do not know how to love a wretch like me, you do not know how to love God. Have mercy on my people.
Thank you, Manti. Next, we have Paul. Welcome, Paul. And then we're going to go online. If you can hear me online, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Then we have Rachel, who will switch to online. Welcome, Paul.
Hi, 2 weeks ago, the Blue Angels made the news with an extremely dangerous low pass. And I'm not surprised because last year, they flew barely higher than that above my house. Mind you, it's not part of the show. It's not visible by the people, by the public of Seafair. I am not even in the area that is said to be affected by Seafair. Yet here we are, every year with extremely low pass that are so low, so loud, it triggers car alarms. What do you think it does to a child's ears? So I'm asking to you all, this year, what are you doing to prevent dangerous maneuvers and extremely low pass above our habitations? What are you doing to protect the people of the city? What are you doing to hold the pilots accountable? Because we know they will not. Listen, we are not communing with the army and its war machines. Every year, we are the unwilling collateral damage. It is time to put at least some common sense limits on that. Thank you. And I support the bill, by the way.
Awesome, thank you. Now we're gonna jump online. So online, 10 speakers, Rachel, followed by Ruth Dite, Lady Scribe, Mark, Rose, Jason, Brandon, Orla. And Mariana. *6, unmute yourself, and then we'll come back in person. *6, Rachel. *6. If not, we'll move on and we'll come back to you. Let's come back to you. Let's go to Lady Scribe. *6, unmute yourself. *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Scribe.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Lady Scribe. I'm a mother and community organizer. I wish I can give an educated opinion on CB 121215, but as we are continuing burying our babies and bystanders, I don't even have the mental capacity to do so. I'm here to fight against racism and the hate spewing from just trying to find a way to feed our children. The FEPP findings confirmed what many of us have known for years: food insecurity is a barrier to education, health, public safety, and the opportunity. That's why Amendment 6 matter. As someone who grew up Black in Seattle, it was deeply disappointing to see Councilmember Eddie Lynn acknowledge that Amendment 6 would benefit children in District 2, yet not support it. For many of us, that reflects the systemic inequities and disenfranchisements we've experienced for generations. I want to just say thank you to the President Hollingsworth and Councilmembers Foster and Strauss for working to find a path to, without taking away from Seattle's most vulnerable. And also, please look into who owns your city.
Thank you, Scribe. Next, we have Mark Brunson, followed by Rose, and then Jason. *6, unmute yourself, Mark.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Brunson. I urge the Council to pass CB 121215 and reject Amendment B. Our city faces a climate crisis, an affordability crisis, and a traffic safety crisis. Our city needs to act on these crises with the urgency they demand. The consensus of climate scientists and the IPCC is that cities must build dense housing that focuses mobility on walking, rolling, cycling, and public transit. All the research on tire and brake dust emissions from vehicles makes clear that it is hazardous to human health and lethal to our salmon population. I can't appeal the current zoning that confines new multifamily housing and commercial space to polluted and unsafe arterials. Unfortunately, the destructive status quo is sacrosanct in our system, and any attempts to improve it must survive long and arduous process. We should not be providing a mechanism of delay for anyone who wants to maintain unaffordable housing and maximize drivers' convenience. Please pass this bill with its original intent intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Rose, followed by Jason, and then Brandon.
Hello. This week, we are reeling from the shooting that happened this last weekend. The trans community is also reeling from a suicide that happened of someone killing themselves at Red Square, where the memorial where Juniper Blessing was memorialized in May. We are currently suffering in ways that are beyond description. Councilmember Hollingsworth, I reached out to you all about talking about what the incidents that we've had with the police as well this last week, and I have not received much of a response. I wanted to set up a meeting or a time or things to be able to talk what's going on, and that hadn't happened either. We need an emergency declaration. People are losing hope. People are feeling like they are lost, and we need to be there for them. And right now, they don't feel like the city's there for them, and they're choosing to kill themselves in response. How many more of my community members will we have to bury before something is done? Before we start looking into those that are suffering and struggling and just want to eke out an existence in this city?
Thank you, Rose. Next, we have Jason, followed by Brandon, and then Orla. Jason, Brandon, Orla.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Jason Weil. I am a homeowner in District 6, and I am calling to give comment in favor of passing CB 12-1215 and rejecting Amendment B. The City of Seattle declared a state of emergency about homelessness 13 years ago, and since then, our population has grown, and our unhoused population has also grown, and the cost of housing continues to grow past the point of affordability for many of our vulnerable neighbors. Building more housing has been shown by talented researchers, including Greg Colburn at the University of Washington, to be directly related to housing prices, and housing prices are related to the level of homelessness. FEPA was started with the best of intentions, but it has been used in bad faith by many well-meaning people to slow the growth of affordable housing and all housing. We need more housing in our city, so I urge you to pass the bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jason. Next, Brandon, followed by Orla and Mariana. *6 to unmute yourself, Brandon.
I want to speak about Council Bill 12-1215. You've heard many people say the rights of residents are most important, but all humans have equal rights, including those who do not live here. The people who do not live here yet are not able to speak at this meeting to defend themselves. The only way we can hear their voices is if we build the requisite housing for them to become residents. I also want to remind the council again that during the middle of a 9-to-5 workday, the vast majority of people who are able to comment are the ones privileged enough to not have to work during this time. You can now hear the two sides. People who don't want anyone else to move into the city unless they're displacing residents who are more likely to be people of color, disabled, or poor, and the people who are willing to welcome new neighbors. The only way new people can move in without displacing others is if we build more housing. Please reject Councilmember Saka's poison pill Amendment B to this bill. Amendment B would gut the bill entirely. It retains the existing right to appeal, which defeats the entire purpose of this bill, in favor of some hopeful language that doesn't meaningfully change any realities about the appeal process. Please vote no on Amendment B and yes on CB 12-1215. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Next, we have Orla, followed by Mariana, and then Aretha.
Good afternoon. This is Orla Kincannon. Thank you for this opportunity. I am asking you to please vote no on CB 121215 unless Amendment B passes. As it stands, the bill disenfranchises and muzzles Seattle residents, and the bill removes the only affordable way for the public's right to file appeals. This is far from democratic. Further, this bill should not pass without a racial equity toolkit analysis. The current Orca appeal has been delayed by the city's attorneys, not the appellant. It is incredibly unfortunate to penalize the public and concerned people who volunteer their time to save nature and critically endangered resident orcas without other special interest as claimed. Rather, the special interests strike me as the 30 private meetings that the city has had with developers without any environmental groups present. As noted by FutureWise, Seattle has consistently led the nation in producing housing. This would not.
Thank you, Orla. Next, we have Mariana, followed by Aretha, and then Joanna Cullen and Greg Smith is our cutoff for the people online, and then we'll go back in person and we'll alternate. Hi, Mariana.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Council members. Again, my name is Mariana Haig with the North Coast States Carpenters Union. I'm here today in support of Resolution 12-1215. We know there's a significant need for housing. We've heard it a couple times on this call already, and we must create more opportunities for projects to be built. This resolution can help by opening the door for new development and move us closer to meeting the needs of our communities. We do have an opportunity to build much needed housing and other infrastructure, while also investing in the workers who build it. So I just ask you real quickly, please respectfully ask for your support. This is a great resolution. Again, 12-12-15 in full support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Aretha, followed by Joanna, and then Greg Smith, and we'll come back in person.
Hello, council members. This is Aretha Basu, Political Director of Puget Sound Sage and Sage Leaders. I'm calling in today in support of changes to SEPA. The long-term economic and racial segregation that Seattle has seen because of single-family zoning must end. All neighborhoods need to accept their fair share of housing. In the struggle over who gets density and who doesn't, SEPA appeals have primarily been used by well-off homeowners to stop density in their neighborhoods. For this reason, Puget Sound Sage supports the change to the city's SEPA process. Over the last 40 years, BIPOC communities have faced extremely high rates of gentrification and displacement from their historic neighborhoods. In the larger, longer struggle over land use, marginalized people almost always lose. So in addition to changing SEPA rules, I urge the council to commit to centering the needs of working class BIPOC neighborhoods as you make more changes to land use policy in the next few years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aretha. Joanna Cullen, followed by Greg Smith, and then we'll go back in person. *6 to unmute yourself, Greg. Or Joanna, sorry. Go ahead, Joanna.
I'm sorry. Am I unmuted now?
You were unmuted. Go ahead and just talk.
I'm Joanna Cullen in the Central District. Please vote no on CB 121215. Remember, there are important reasons why the community values the current appeals process. The process helps save the community from historic demolition and total environmental destruction. It empowers those who may not have access to power behind closed doors. It invites the community to examine and understand even when they don't object. Seeking concessions is how I-90 lived and the Rainier Valley Mitigation Fund were won. For communities without wealth, political power, and leverage, the appeal process is not an abuse of the process. It empowers the people to hold their government accountable. Please don't take away our rights and don't silence our voices.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you.
Oh, next, we have Greg Smith, and then we'll come right back in person. Before you go, Greg, I'll tell you the people that need to get ready. We have Cedar.
Hi, I'm Greg Smith.
Hey, Greg, give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and call the next people up, so give me 1 second, okay? Don't start yet. Cedar, Julie, Susan, Sola, Carol, Noah, Kate Rubin. You switched with Tiffany. Kate, are you still speaking? Yep, okay, awesome. Kate Rubin, followed by Caroline, Amanda, and Andrew Witten. So Cedar, Julie, Susan, Sola, Carol, Noah, Kate, Caroline, I think it's Amanda, and then Andrew. Okay, Greg, go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Greg Smith. I live in District 3. I urge you to vote for CB 121215 as is to reduce redundant appeals. CB 121215 is pro-environment and will make Seattle more affordable. CB 121215 will also reduce displacement. Displacement in any particular neighborhood is caused by lack of enough housing in a city. Building more reduces displacement. We need to be building as much as possible, as fast as possible to reduce displacement. The recent 6-month delay of the comp plan by a CBO appeal means 6 more months of displacement. Please vote for CB 121215, reject Amendment B. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Greg. So Cedar, Julie, Susan, Sola, Carol, Noah, Tiffany, Caroline, or excuse me, not Tiffany, Kate, Caroline, Amanda, and Andrew, you all are next. So just start coming up on deck. Go ahead, Cedar.
Okay. So over the next few years, we are in for some exciting times. First off, we have the expansion of the surveillance state that will see cops replaced with robots. Next is the mass surveillance centers. Now, as a member of a family in the American 1%, we are building mass surveillance centers to steal water from the majority of the American public, to poison the habitat, see the farmers experiencing stillborn livestock and people having countless health effects living near them. So yes, we are building them to hurt the American public and the job market. The military and police are both replaceable at this point, having long served their purpose. As far as replacing goes, we are also attempting to hurt the majority of the American public by making farming unaffordable, poisoning your water through Monsanto and other corporations, and good old capitalism. So if any of you have any questions about this, I will be in the hallway.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie, followed by Susan, and then Sola. Welcome, Julie.
Hi, council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Growing up, all my parents and teachers have always emphasized to speak up. Let your voice be heard. This is me speaking up. And in my opinion, we need to have a process for appeals. The developers talk about faster and quicker, and they think that taking away the process will make things faster and cheaper. Well, we all know that each law is unique, and we can't rubber stamp land use, water use, tree canopy with no process. We're assuming that each development is the same, and we need to be smarter, we need to be flexible, and we need to be open to a process. Otherwise, it feels like the institutions are just telling us citizens to just shut up, piggy, and that is just not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Susan, followed by Sola, and then Carol. Is Susan here? Susan Jones, welcome. You are up, followed by Sola, Carol, and then Noah. Welcome.
Thank you very much to all of you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Susan Jones. I live in District 2, and I am here to add my voice to those who preceded me in opposing 12-12-15. I am especially disturbed by the disenfranchisement of our citizen rights under this bill. And I'm especially disappointed that Councilmember Lynn is the one who authored this bill, because I went to a neighborhood meet and greet before he was elected, and I asked him specifically about his feelings and values for the environment and tree canopy, and he assured me that he would uphold those values. So anyway, I hope you will continue.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Sola, followed by Carol, and then Noah, Kate Rubin, Caroline, Amanda, Andrew. Welcome. Sola. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the council. My name is Sola Plumacher, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Plymouth Housing. I'm asking you to pass Council Bill 12-12-15 and reject Amendment B. Plymouth Housing believes deeply in environmental stewardship, meaningful public participation, and responsible planning. This bill does not end environmental review. It changes a locally created administrative appeal process for legislative land use decisions, a process state law does not require. When redundant procedures add months to housing placement review, communities pay the price, literally because delays cost millions. Plymouth residents already face limited options for housing, scarce public funding, and long wait lists. Council should continue demanding strong analysis, transparency, and public engagement, but a duplicative appeal path is not the same thing as environmental protection. Good review should inform decisions. It should not delay becoming a tool for it should not become a tool for indefinite delay. Plymouth asks you to pass this bill and preserve
Awesome. Thank you, Sola. Next, we have Carol, followed by Noah, then Kate Rubin, Carolyn, Amanda, Andrew. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Burns. Let me start with I'd like to urge you to preserve an accessible citizen appeal process and vote no on 12-12-15. The ability to appeal a city decision is a cornerstone of accountable government. It recognizes that no decision-making process is perfect, and that independent review protects both the public and the integrity of our city government. If appeals become more expensive, more complicated, or more limited, the people who lose access won't be large organizations or well-funded interests. Can't hear? Okay, sorry. It will be ordinary Seattle residents who simply want a fair opportunity to be heard, which we're entitled to, and we should keep that in mind. Public trust is built through transparency and accountability, not by making oversight harder. I'll ad-lib a little bit. Faster to me, hearing all these arguments. I totally get it. We have a host of problems in this city, housing, everything, right? But taking away my rights and the citizens of Seattle's
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Next, we have Noah, followed by Kate, Caroline, Amanda, and Andrew. Welcome, Noah.
Thank you, Council. My name is Noah Williams from West Seattle, but I was born in Alaska, a state where I was forced out because of, amongst other things, the cost of living that kept increasing. Growing up there, I saw a lot of environmentally destructive deregulation for profit, and this bill is not that. This is keeping the environmental regulations and allowing the regulators to be the ones to enforce them. One of the most salient and damning criticisms of this country is that we've trained a nation of lawyers, not engineers. If you pass this bill without Amendment B, you'll have legislation with strong environmental protections remaining in place. This bill eliminates the private right of action, which was abused by racist NIMBYs over and over again who don't give a damn about the environment they try to hide behind. If we want to start undoing the damage done by these decades of deeply malicious and racist, keep those people out of here policies, we have to pass this bill and do so without Amendment B. And to the old white people advocating the continuation of this, I see you, I hear you, and I'm more disappointed in you because of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Next, we have Kate Rubin, followed by Carolyn, Amanda, and Andrew. Welcome, Kate.
Hello, my name is Kate Rubin. I'm the co-executive director of Be Seattle and a renter living in District 2. I urge you to support Councilmember Lynn's bill regarding SEPA appeals. It's easy to feel virtuous protecting the tree outside your own house, but that ignores the fact that there are entire forests being cut down to build housing for people who have to spend an hour commuting because there isn't enough housing here to accommodate them. I grew up in the woods in unincorporated South King County. It's nearly unrecognizable now. Seattle's refusal to grow is creating massive urban sprawl that has far greater impacts on the environment as a whole than concentrating growth in the largest city in the state. The duplicative SEPA appeals process has been weaponized to keep renters out of neighborhoods under the guise of environmental protection. The area median income for homeowner households is nearly twice that of renter households. We desperately need more housing, especially affordable housing and social housing, and we need it now. Please support Council Bill 121215. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Caroline, followed by Amanda, and then Andrew. Welcome, Caroline.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Caroline Villanova, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at Seattle Park Foundation. I want to share that we are grateful for the thoughtful amendments that council members created and put forward for CB 121215. And while we see the benefits of all the amendments you're considering today, we really believe that Amendment B is a must-pass. This amendment improves the appeal process rather than removing it outright, allowing for civic engagement and environmental review of public projects. A faster and more efficient hearing examiner process that prioritizes housing-related appeals is a clear win for developing the much-needed housing in the city. And today you can show it is possible to improve a process rather than dismantling it and build a livable and climate-resilient city. Thank you for your time today, and we encourage you to adopt Amendment B so that you can vote yes on CB 121215. Thank you.
Caroline. Thank you. Next, we have Amanda, followed by Andrew. Amanda Lynn, welcome. And then we have Andrew. And then after Amanda and Andrew, we have Peter, Star, Curtis, Clive, Carl, Ruth, Jennifer, Amber, and Cedric. Welcome.
Afternoon, council members. My name is Amanda Lynn. I am an organizer for House Our Neighbors. I'm also a renter in District 3. When we talk about protecting the environment, we often picture forests, wetlands, open space, but as you all know, the most effective environmental policies we have to protect those lands is actually allowing more people to live in the city. Beyond the delays and costs I talked about last time I was here on this issue, which most drastically affect our affordable housing developers, this is a major environmental issue. And as an environmentalist, I'm listening to the experts. If we are serious about addressing the climate crisis, protecting our natural lands, and creating more equitable communities, then we need to embrace compact, transit-oriented growth that allows more people to live where they can thrive. We need to think beyond the boundaries of our immediate neighborhoods and single trees that make our day-to-day life pleasant, and instead see the larger picture, creating a green, equitable city where everyone has access to trees, affordable housing, opportunity, and a high quality of life, where we have a future in which everyone has clean air and water. The position aligned with environmentalists and environmental science is to pass this legislation. I urge you to pass it so that we don't lose another generation of affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you. Andrew. Is Andrew here? Andrew, are you here? What was his last name? I gave it to you, Amelia, I'm sorry. Andrew, next we have Peter, then Star, then Curtis, Clive, Carl.
Andrew Witten.
Is Andrew Witten here? Andrew? No? Okay. Hi, Peter. Good to see you. 1 second. Let me just say everyone's name. You cool? Okay, awesome. Star, Curtis, Clive, Carl, Ruth, Jennifer, Amber, Cedric. We're going to finish out the people inside. Pamela, we have X, we have Hannah and Henry, and then we'll go jump back online. Okay? Hi, Peter.
Hi. Hi, council members. I'm Peter Hasagawa. I'm a resident of D7 and a board member of 350 Seattle here in support of 12-12-15. I want to start by recognizing the neighborhood advocates who came today. Involved neighborhood advocates are a prerequisite for healthy neighborhoods in our city. The fact that people feel stewardship and ownership in their neighborhoods is a civic asset, and I urge the council to try to reach respectful, reasonable compromises. But the reason that I think passing this ordinance is the right change for our city comes from my perspective on climate change. In my son's Seattle Public School, we are friends with one family who moved here after their home burned in Eastern Oregon. Another family moved here from Arizona because they do not see a livable future in the Southwest, and because we will have one of the few good climates left in the United States, this trend is going to continue. We also have an affordability crisis. The more people we have sharing the cost of a neighborhood coffee shop, a Seattle City Light dam, or a road, the cheaper all of these things can become for all of us. Thank you for supporting this ordinance.
Thank you, Peter. Next we have Star, followed by Curtis, Clive, and Carl. Star here? Star M? Okay, you go get her. I'll just go to the next person. Thank you. All right, Curtis, followed by Clive. We'll go Curtis, then Clive. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes on Amendment B or no on CB 12-12-15. CB 12-12-15 is not a blow against special interests. It's a blow for the real special interests, developers. And no, I'm sorry, climate change is not going to be addressed by limiting environmental appeals. That's absurd. What's next? Let's cut down the trees in order to save them. No, friends, allowing faster urban development without regulation does not stop urban sprawl. Both are happening at the same time. Both are eliminating green space, and they're aided by things like this proposal and the comp plan. The market is not going to save you. It's not going to result either in more affordable housing with these plans. They're only going to let developers build whatever is most profitable. Example, 2024, most housing built in Seattle in all time. Majority of apartments built were luxury apartments. Average price for new home, over $1 million. Condos, $950,000. We lost 4,000 trees. Meanwhile, we need a plan, an overall plan for people and the environment.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Curtis. You can put your... Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Curtis. Next, we have Star. Come on up, Star. It's your beautiful baby.
Hi, my name is Kiana Montgomery, and I'm asking you guys...
Hold on, we'll start your time over, but talk in the mic so we can hear. You're good, you're good, you're good.
Hi, my name is Kiana Montgomery, and I'm asking you guys to pass CB 121215, reject Amendment B. As somebody who was homeless, I was an addict, and there was a couple of things that I've been through in this city, waiting for people to keep re-editing and doing like that, I had to wait multiple years for housing. I was getting assistance from the REACH program and the LEAD program. They're a very great program. I am now a mother to 3 beautiful kiddos, and I just got my housing 2 years ago, and I've been maintaining it. There's a lot of oversight there's a lot of things that can be approved, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that it is absolutely terrible program. I do feel like the more we have people coming in and delaying programs and hashing out bills, it makes it harder for people like me to get housing. I was waiting for housing since 2018. I was 18 years old. I was homeless, I was trafficked, I was brought here. So I feel like we really need to make things better and make things more accessible. I'm not saying that I hate the trees, anything like that. My kids love going to the park, but I'm saying that we needed to make it to where people can get housing.
Thank you so much, and glad you got housing for your babies, you and your babies.
Have a good day.
Likewise, thank you, Queen. All right, we got Clive, welcome, followed by Carl, come on.
Clive Hayward. I'm a street magician who has performed on the Seattle waterfront for over a decade. The tiny number of designated free speech zones on the waterfront are unnecessary. Instead, the city should use narrowly tailored, content-neutral rules such as reasonable noise limits, keeping sidewalks clear, and maintaining emergency access. Those measures protect the public without restricting constitutional rights. The current system enables selective enforcement against performers, discourages protected expression, and has driven many performers and artists away from the waterfront. You're not only limiting free speech, you've taken away people's livelihoods. For many performers and artists, this is their only source of income. Seattle has already lost in the Ninth Circuit over similar restrictions. I urge you to replace the rules for the designated free speech zones with narrowly tailored rules that protect our First Amendment rights.
Thank you, Clive. Next, we have Carl, followed by Ruth, and then Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Carl Nelson. I'm a 17-year renter in District 4, a tenants organizer, and co-chair of the Cedar Crossing Tenants Association, and a member of the Board of Directors of the Seattle Social Housing Developer. I'm here today in my personal capacity, though, to voice support for Councilmember Lynn's legislation reforming our broken SEPA process. Let's be very clear about the big picture here. There is no greater threat to our salmon population, our orcas, our trees, our tree canopy, our clean air and water, and all our children's future than the continuous sprawl created by our refusal to build the city we must. A Seattle with dense, affordable housing, walkable neighborhoods, and ample access to public transit. This is a future that all our children deserve. Today, Councilmember Lynn is giving us a common sense, long overdue piece of legislation that helps our city build the future it needs instead of clinging to an unjust and unsustainable status quo. I urge the Council to adapt this legislation without Amendment B without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we have Ruth, followed by Jennifer, Amber, and Cedric. Welcome, Ruth.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ruth Williams, representing Thornton Creek Alliance, largely in D5, speaking against Council Bill 12-1215 as it stands. We thank Councilmember Saka for working to redeem the bill with Amendment B. This amendment is exactly the kind of thoughtful perspective the city needs in a time when we know that all the facts and figures we cite can be written off to unsubstantiated, impure motives. We volunteer our time here and plead our case to you, the Council, while moneyed interests have routine meetings with SDCI. Appeals to the hearing examiner do offer an inkling of fairness. Just the possibility also helps keep legislation more reasoned and can help rein in a cherry-picked response to housing and climate change that ignores heat island effects and the contributions of the natural environment. Please vote yes for Amendment B. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Next, we have Jennifer, followed by Amber and Cedric. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi, please pass Amendment B or vote no on 12-1215, and please do the RET. The city caused delays. My appeal didn't delay or limit housing. My appeal is on the King County Superior Court calendar while Seattle delays the date again. Banning the ability to correct dangerous errors in the largest environmental review when public comment fails is anti-democratic. I attended public meetings to correct dangerous errors for 10 months before appealing the 2,859-page long EIS. The city still meets monthly with developers privately. The EIS states The comprehensive plan preferred alternative will have the second highest vehicle miles traveled. The Nature Conservancy showed no loss of density when protecting, water filtering, and cooling big trees. NOAA's salmon and orca recovery plans both say to protect salmon habitat in urban and rural areas. It's not if, but how. When public comment process fails, appeals are necessary to make sure council has the best information in front of it, as the State Court of Appeals ruled. And the Lake Washington study left out the majority of harmful contaminants to salmon and orca. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Amber, Cedric, followed by Pamela. We have X, Hannah, and then Henry. Welcome.
Hello, Council. I'm a lifelong environmentalist, and I support CB 121215. Rode my e-bike here, and I also teach at UW, and I'm only available to be here because I happen to not teach class today. I urge you to think about who are we excluding by having public comment at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday? Well, most full-time workers. So I'm here for all of my friends that are hard at work, powering Seattle, paying taxes, making sure that our city becomes a more livable place. But the one thing that unites young people that I talk to is how hard it is to find housing. And the thing that I hear from people of all political stripes is that we need to make it harder to delay housing. Housing delayed is housing denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Next, we have Cedric, followed by Pamela, X, Hannah, Henry, and then we'll go back online. Is Cedric here? Cedric Jones. Cedric Jones, once, twice, sold to the sign-up sheet. Next, we have Pamela. Is Pamela here? Pamela Adams, there you go. You popped up fast.
Pamela Adams, freelance beaver detective, coming back with a 7-inch stretch. Anyway, I wanted just to say there's some oversights that I discovered in my 5 years here. One, beavers were not included on the list of wildlife when you're doing a development, and I brought it up to City Council, and they told me it was an oversight. I was also told I was wearing a bear suit, but that was an oversight too. I just think I would love to see Rob Saska's be pass or, do not continue, because when we take public away, we think we might lose gaps. There's oversights, and there's oversights that could be filling in a gap, like Pikes Lake Market, when the public came in and talked about, hey, we could do something better. We've got that now. We need public input at all points. The 28 times that this appeals process has been used is not an obstruction. We're not, it's not obstructing housing. So why are taking it away? I don't understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pamela Adams. Oh, that was you. Sorry, my bad. That was Pamela. My bad. Thank you, Pamela. X, followed by Hannah, and then Henry, and then we'll go online. Welcome, X.
Hello, Councilwoman, my Councilwoman. Hey, guys. I'm just so tired from this irrational argument that one thing leads to another, that we have to make sure that we have 6-story housing throughout the city, when all you have to do is look out there to see a hole in the ground because we don't have land use taxes that make sure that we're developing the land that already exists for high-density housing. There's a brand new Starbucks in Ballard. It's huge, but it's a parking lot. Why? Why does Ballard Blocks have no housing? Why does U Village have no housing? Why do you go to Whole Foods in Inter Bay and there's no housing? And why is it that you guys are allowing this kind of stuff to happen while we pit neighbor against neighbor, instead of saying, what are we going to do to make sure that we have an increase in tree canopy when we have a global warming crisis that will be at our doorstep? We have orcas who are disappearing, and we have wildlife in this city that needs us to do better. It's kind of just old, stale, and incorrect. We need to be critical thinkers, not reactionary, as a lot of folks here today have been.
Thank you, X. Next, we have Hannah, followed by Henry.
Thank you. I'm Hannah from Pioneer Square. I just want to take a moment to recognize that we're on native land. I think it's a little disappointing that we went through this whole meeting and nobody recognized that, as far as I know. When I go with my friends to find, they're looking for an apartment. I own downtown, I walk here. These are giant apartment buildings built by developers. They're 98, 99% full. And then we have big holes in the ground everywhere, and it makes it unsafe for walking. And then in this meeting, there's people who want housing, and there's environmentalists, and then they're fighting over the democratic process. When all of these things go together, we should be cooperating, not fighting over these three things. So it just seems kind of like a clue. I really want to commend Lynn for targeting what went wrong, because we needed this housing yesterday. And then hopefully hopefully we can find in this process what went wrong overall to triangulate these three things. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Next, we have Henry, and then we will jump right online. Thank you, Hannah. What's up, Henry? And we're going to go straight to Ethan. Ethan is next online. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Henry, and I'm a homeowner in District 7. SEPA is an excellent process for preserving property values through artificial scarcity. For merely $120, appellants can throw appeals at the wall to see what sticks while delaying much-needed housing and wasting thousands of taxpayer dollars. Last year, appeals largely from Seattle's wealthiest zip codes helped push the comprehensive plan 1 year behind the state deadline. Housing delayed is housing denied. Urban sprawl is the biggest threat to the environment, worsening deforestation and climate change. Removing redundant barriers to denser, abundant housing in walkable, inclusive neighborhoods is the science-based answer. If you want Seattle to be a welcoming city for everyone, including younger, working people of color like myself and my son, and to save the orcas, please vote yes on CB 121215. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Ethan online, and then I skipped over some people, Rachel Nathanson and then Ruth Dite, so they will be after Ethan. Ethan, welcome. *6.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. My name is Ethan Carlinzi, and I live in Madison Valley. I'm speaking in strong support of Council Bill 121215 and urging you to reject Amendment B. SEPA was intended to protect the environment, but in Seattle it has been weaponized as a tool to block progress and fight against change. With wildfire smoke choking our cities, our skies, and crushing a housing crisis, it is clear that change is already upon us, whether we like it or not. We cannot stop change, but we do have a hand in shaping what kind of change we get. I want a future where we build the housing and green infrastructure needed to face the climate crisis head on, rather than huddling to protect a few privileged enclaves in a growing city. Urban living is lower impact than sprawl, and it is crazy that SEPA, of all things, has delayed the citywide upzone for this long. This upzone came from a mandate for more housing, but we're still waiting. Please approve it without Amendment B. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Nathanson, and then Ruth Dite. *6, unmute yourself.
This is Rachel Nathanson. I'm calling to urge you to not approve CB 121215 unless Amendment B is attached to it. This bill is a permanent change to the way we've been doing things. It is a taking of rights we have had since SEPA's inception in 1972. But keep in mind, someday this entire council will be filled with other decision makers. The city staff will be different. And keep in mind that the loss of appeals affects much more than just housing. Do we really want to remove this check on the system and leave it to the future as yet unknown decision makers? What will their agenda be? Will they be good at their jobs? As we've seen, a regime change in our national politics has created a disaster. Let's not approve CB 121215 and take away the one small check on the system we currently have and may very well need in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next, we have Ruth Dite. Press *6 to unmute yourself, and then Julia Shetler. *6 to unmute yourself, Ruth. *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Thank you. I'm here to ask you to preserve our democratic right to appeal inadequate EISs and vote for Councilmember Saka's Amendment B. Too often we conflate a housing crisis with a housing problem, but they are not the same. A housing crisis is people living on our streets or who are so rent burdened they can't afford to buy food and medicine, justifying dramatic action that may require sweeping aside rules. People who work in the city but can't afford to buy a home is different. This is a housing problem, and we have time to deliberate on it. We upzoned significantly already under HB 1110 and with wide increases in all the LR zones. We have substantial capacity right now. Trump creates a crisis around everything from immigration to voting to justify anti-democratic moves. I see state and city decision makers doing the same, framing housing as a crisis to limit citizen involvement, roll back quality of white development standards, and curb environmental review. CB 12.
Thank you, Ruth. Next, we have Julia, followed by Julia. Star 6, unmute yourself.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Julia. I am an engineer and a renter, and I'm asking you to please pass Amendment B or vote no on CB 121215. First, please pay attention to who is giving these comments. I've heard lobbyists and law firms comment in favor of this bill. Everyday Seattleites, which is your constituency, is asking you to reject it. Since 2016, only 27 appeals have come forward, and the vast majority are quickly struck down. I've heard so many commenters say that these appeals are used by wealthy landowners to stop housing. Not only is this false, but the bill's sponsor has provided no evidence that removing appeals would speed up housing. In reality, these appeals have been extremely valuable. It was a SEPA appeal that resulted in the creation of the Rainier Valley Community Development Fund. Ironically, this bill's sponsor cited redlining in his public FAQ in support of this bill, but no racial equity analysis was even performed. Amendment B is the only path that would retain SEPA appeals with reform. Please vote B or vote no.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we have Andrew Lynn, followed by Keith, and then Matt. Star 6 to unmute yourself. Star, the little star, and number 6 to unmute yourself. If not, we'll come back to you. Oh, there you go.
There we go. It took a couple of tries. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Angelina Izquierdo from Pierce County District 2, and I am speaking today in regards to a very important issue that is an emergency for women who are having to endure illegal pregnancy experimentation, including myself. While Washington State is a no-ban abortion state, there's still a huge problem with trying to gain adequate abortion health care from hospitals in the city of Seattle. According to Washington State University, more than 2/3 of resident abortions in Western Washington occur in King, Pierce, and Snohomish counties. While we have the largest statistics outside of our state, we are still lacking in medical care for actually having to receive an abortion surgical procedure or abortion medication. For about 3 years, I have searched for abortion medication due to being a victim of illegal pregnancy experimentation. I have not been able to get any.
Thank you, Angela. Next, we have Keith. Colleagues, we're going to extend, if there's no objection, extend public comment period for another 20 minutes. We're about 2 hours in, and we have about 18 more people. No objection? Awesome. Thank you. Keith, welcome.
Hello, my name is Keith, and I'm a homeowner in District 4. I'm commenting on CB 121215. It seems to me that introduction of this bill is motivated by the ongoing legal challenge to the FEIS of the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan. The city attempted to prevent an appeal of the FEIS, but lost at the state level. So now some council members are trying to change the law to avoid having to do the right thing for the city's environment. It is the city council's unnecessary pushback that has resulted in delays. There were hundreds of comments on the ways that the FEIS could be improved. Rather than address these shortfalls, this council has put significant effort into vilifying and thwarting those who seem to seek to improve the FEIS. It is unfair to say that those who seek to retain the city's green space and protect the region's wildlife are being malicious and attempting to weaponize SEPA. We are not a small number, and we are not weaponizing a system. Please vote no on Council Bill 121215, or if the bill moves forward, please pass the version that includes Amendment B. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Next, we have Matt, followed by Richard.
Hi,
I'm Matt Hutchins, and I urge you to vote no on B and yes on CB 1212-15. Seattle's comprehensive plan so far has taken 5 years and has been shaped by thousands, tens of thousands of citizen comments. But today it hinges on whether every single person who has a spare $120 can file an appeal that they're satisfied with every potential, even marginal impact has been studied. Council spent $555,000 on the One Seattle Plan's EIS. It's more than 3,000 pages long, and somehow it's not enough. You budgeted another $350,000 for the supplemental EIS. Newsflash, this one is going to get appealed too. Why? We don't know. But delay is the goal. Without Councilmember Lynn's reform, the next EIS will be even more expensive, exhaustive, and esoteric, to the point where any zoning reform is going to cost taxpayers $1 million before it can even be considered.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we have Richard, followed by Sarah, then Nathaniel. Richard, *6, unmute yourself. You're off mute, Richard. Hello.
Hello. Hello, I am Richard Ellison, a resident of District 4. I oppose CB 121215 banning public appeals on SEPA decisions as written, but support Amendment B by Councilmember Saka, which preserves and streamlines the appeal process. The loss of affordable housing in Seattle is rooted in the 1990s decisions by the City Council allowing developers to tear down affordable housing but not require replacement affordable housing. And decades of leadership from the Master Builders Association has only resulted in expensive market rate housing. Now the council wishes to remove environmental appeals on any SEPA decisions as a supposed panacea to the housing crisis. This housing crisis is because the council for decades has been run by the Master Builders Association, who doesn't want to build affordable housing with lower profits. Compact and dense affordable housing can be built around trees and open space. More housing built taller around trees and open space. But to posture and say environmentalism is NIMBYism and total BS is drinking the Master Builders Kool-Aid. Building with lots with 100% impervious surface. And
Thank you, Richard. Next, we have Sarah, followed by Nathaniel. Sarah, then Nathaniel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Great.
Sarah.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you. I'm calling to urge you to support Amendment B, and if Amendment B does not pass, to vote no on CB 1212-15. I'm wondering if the previous speakers who mentioned toxic stormwater runoff from tires are aware that the final environmental impact statement for the comp plan contains a statement claiming that pollutants in stormwater runoff are immediately diluted to concentrations too low to affect marine life. That's simply false. Retired King County aquatic toxicologist Deb Lester submitted comments identifying this error over multiple years, yet it remains in the document today. If public comments were consistently and meaningfully addressed, there would have been no need for the ORCA appeal. Environmental appeals exist because agencies sometimes fail to correct significant errors despite extensive public participation. Environmental appeals are not an obstacle to good government. They are a safeguard that helps ensure decisions are legally and scientifically sound. I want to thank Councilmember Saka for bringing forward Amendment B. It preserves citizens' rights to environmental appeal while making the process more efficient, and that's a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nathaniel, followed by Hans, and then Scott Nelson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nathaniel. Hello.
Great. Hello, council members. My name is Nathaniel. I'm a renter, 6-year renter in District 3. I'm asking you to please vote yes on Amendment B for CB 1212-15, and if that does not pass, please vote no on CB 1212-15 as a whole. The claims that SEPA appeals delay housing are not grounded in reality. Rather, failures in the city's own environmental reviews and bureaucratic foot dragging in hearing these appeals are what are bogging the system down. Accurate environmental reviews should be the city's goal, not public disenfranchisement. Furthermore, Seattle has consistently led the nation in added housing stock in the past 2 decades, yet vacancy and affordability issues persist. That indicates a problem with a moneyed development lobby, not with an accessible appeals process. Please, again, vote yes on Amendment B, or if that does not pass, please vote no on CB 1212-15. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hans, followed by Scott, and then David. We have about 10 more speakers. Thank you all for waiting.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Hans. I'd like to voice my support for Bill 1212-5. I've been engaged in a number of these comprehensive plan advocacy meetings and the process for a few years now, and it seems there is no end to what would be deemed adequate process or public engagement. The city spends hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and years collating and collecting public comment and input on its process. We have a representative form of government. We have elected the council to make a decision amongst a bunch of competing interests and to form a government. They've done that, and the technical review can still occur for the work product, which can happen at the Growth Management Board level. Removing this appeal does not take away our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have, that was Scott, David Haynes, followed by Jason Lee. Star 6, unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, David Haynes. It's a proven fact, and it's directly correlated that when you exempt misdemeanor drug crimes, it escalates violence between rival drug gangs. And yet we see Seattle repeating the same bad history of allowing for the same baked into the budget from the 3 previous failed mayors and top cops that allow for bad policies to continue to be played out. It's almost as if George Soros is using Seattle's police reform as a pilot project to destroy America's efforts to get public safety right. And Lead, who always is running interference for the criminal junkie thieving repeat offenders, are filling up the capacity of housing and purposely racistly denying innocent people, homeless citizens, any access to normal housing while being subhuman mistreated. We need to address the fact that City Council is allowing Baltimore, which had 30-some.
Thank you, David. Scott Nelson, followed by Jason.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Scott Nelson, and I'm co-chair of the Seattle Disability Commission. Just commenting here today to give heartfelt thanks and to describe the importance of what is on the consent calendar today. The Seattle Disability Commission is having 3 new members confirmed, and that is rarer than it should have been for a few years there. But ever since Councilmember Juarez came back to the council, and thanks to Councilmember Foster, the Seattle Disability Commission is nearing its full capacity. For that, I just wanted to thank the council and encourage more folks to get civically involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next, we have Jason Lee, followed by Ruby Holland. And thank you all for waiting 2 hours on the phone.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jason Lee. I'm a resident of Capitol Hill. I'm a homeowner, actually, and I'm here to speak in favor of Council Bill 121215 as written. As many people before me have stated, Seattle is in the middle of a dire housing crisis, and we need to act as quickly as possible to make sure that we get this resolved and, allow people to live where they want to live in Seattle. I really love Capitol Hill, but I know that a lot of my neighbors and a lot of my friends either can't afford to live in Capitol Hill or being forced out because, there's just not enough housing. And Capitol Hill is one of the areas that are pretty well upzoned, but that means that, the rest of the city isn't. And we really need to be able to make sure that people can live anywhere in the city, regardless of their income, regardless of their ability, because, the areas of the city with good transit are really desirable, and they are severely lacking in housing right now. And we need to make sure that people can live where they desire. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have Ruby Holland, followed by Alberto Alvarez. *6, unmute yourself, Ms. Holland. I don't see her online. I know tech is looking for her. All right, we'll look for her. We'll go to Alberto Alvarez if he's still online, but keep looking for Ruby Holland, Ms. Holland. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. How many more tragedies will the police chief be away in Chicago or on a speaking tour in other cities, in other states actually? We need a chief that lives here, values our city. He can't run a police department via Zoom or with a few text messages. Barnes especially has no right to feel upset when a reporter asked why he was going to be out of town for multiple weeks of August. If running the police department in our city is too much of a bother for Barnes, he needs to turn over his badge or the mayor needs to fire him. It's a bad enough problem that many police officers don't walk or live in our communities. Even worse when you have a chief who doesn't value our city and spends his time in another state every chance he gets. We need a chief who lives in our town.
Thank you, Alberto. Two last speakers. We have Kevin Means, followed by Edwin Lindo. Kevin, *6.
Hi, Council. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can, Kevin. Hey.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a parent and a resident and homeowner in B2, and I was calling in to support Council Bill 121215 and ask you to reject Amendment B. I have 3 kids who are here in the back of the minivan with me right now, and don't worry, I'm parked. And I would like them to be able to live in Seattle too. And right now, it's not looking good if the housing prices continue the way they have been going, and our lack of building housing capacity continues this way. I'd also like them to live in a city that has forests and healthy oceans around them, and that means building denser and avoiding sprawl. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Edwin. Welcome. And we should be able to hear you, Edwin. You're off mute. Your phone might be muted, Edwin. But you look off.
I am. Thank you.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
We can
okay.
hear you loud and clear.
Everyone, I appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Edwin Lindo with Estelitas Library. Just wanted to share my support for 121215 with the amendments, not including Amendment B. I appreciate Councilmember Lynn and others really refining this, making sure that there's still an appeal process for non-residential projects on the individual project level, so that still exists. And that the amendments to make sure that there is at least reports being presented to council when those are asked by council members. But I also wanted to highlight a lot of the concerns communities have, including myself, is that there isn't an actual review for the impact of displacement on many of these projects, including residential. And I would really love for council to explore together how we can create something to the effect of a anti-displacement or displacement review process or board. It is incredibly important for our communities as we continue to grow that we aren't exacerbating the displacement taking place in the high-risk areas, particularly in the south end of Seattle.
Thank you, Edwin. Are there any more? There's no public comment speakers. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes in public comment. I don't see anyone else online who is not present. We'll give it like 10 seconds. Sam Wolfson, Nicole Corrado, Ruby Holland, Harper Nally, and Star Hope, and Ken Letterman. Okay, public comment period is now closed. Thank you all for coming for public comment. very grateful. I know people sit in line for a long time, and then people were on the phone for a long time. So really, really appreciate that. And your comments today and taking time out of your day. I also want to check in with my colleagues before we move and power through the agenda. Does anyone need a recess, or are we good? I'll be looking. Some people could use one. 5 minutes. Is that okay? So right now it's going to be 4:15. If we came back at 4:20, my favorite time, we will come back and restart the meeting. Okay? Thank you. Okay, testing. Seattle channel, are we on and we're ready? Let's go ahead and begin, resume roll. We're going to start.
Too. You want them?
All right.
I have good seats.
Will the clerk
Section
please?
21, row E.
We are here. Testing 1 2.
Okay.
Testing
that's good,
1
that's
2.
Good. All right, good.
Yoo-hoo. All right, we're gonna start. We're gonna
there you
start.
go.
We're gonna start. We're gonna start. We're gonna start it up. Foot on the gas. All right. Can the clerk please call the roll while we're driving this car?
Councilmember Saka.
Here.
Councilmember Strauss.
Here.
Councilmember Foster.
Here.
Councilmember Juarez. Councilmember Kettle.
Here.
Councilmember Lynn.
Here.
Councilmember Rink.
Here.
Councilmember Rivera.
Present.
Council President Hollingsworth.
Yes. Here.
Eight present.
Awesome. Councilmember Juarez is excused until she gets here. Councilmember Juarez is here, so please call her again. I want her to make sure that she doesn't get counted as late. Councilmember Juarez?
Yes.
Awesome. Present. All right. If there's no objection, thank you. If there's no objection, the introduction referral calendar will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the introduction referral calendar is adopted. If there's no objection, the agenda will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the agenda is adopted. We're now going to consider the proposed consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar include minutes of July 21st, Council Bill 121260, which is payment of the bills. We have one bill from the Human Services, Labor, and Economic Development Committee and 19 appointments from the Housing, Arts, and Civil Rights Committee. Are there any items council members would like to remove from today's consent calendar? Hearing none, I move to adopt the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent calendar. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the consent calendar?
Councilmember Saka.
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss.
Aye.
Councilmember Foster.
Aye.
Councilmember Juarez.
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle.
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Rink.
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera.
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth.
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Consent calendar is adopted. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the minutes and the legislation on the consent calendar on my behalf? Will the clerk please read item number 1 into the record?
The report of the Select Committee on the Families Education Preschool and Promise Levy 6-year implementation and evaluation plan, agenda item 1, Council Bill 121240, an ordinance relating to the 2025 Families Education Preschool and Promise Levy, approving an implementation and evaluation plan as required by ordinance 127238. The committee recommends the bill passes amended with Councilmembers Rivera, Hollingsworth, Foster, Juarez, Kettle, Lynn, Rink, and Strauss in favor, and Councilmember Saka opposed.
Councilmember Rivera, as chair of the committee, you are recognized in order to present the committee report.
Can't believe we're here, colleagues. This is so exciting. This is, as you all know, I've been working on my team, and many of us have been working on this for the past 2 years, really. And so this is a really big moment. This is a levy that everyone can get excited about and can stand by, passed by 80% of voters. We saw and we had the opportunity to hear from the department on all the wonderful work that gets done with this particular levy. Clerk, do we need to, we do eventually?
You do, yes. And just checking, I see Councilmember Strauss has his hand.
I was just trying to go after chair.
Understood. Got it. Got you. My bad, Councilmember Strauss. Councilmember Rivera, continue, please.
Thank you. It's been a long meeting today, so I'm not going to say much more. I said what I was going to say at the Select Committee meeting, but just want to thank everyone for your consideration, your attention to this. I know this is something, as I said earlier, we all very much care about, and I want to thank my team and your offices and our clerks and everyone who was involved in getting to this vote today on the FEPP INE, and also the Department of Education and Early Learning. Some folks are in the audience, so I want to acknowledge them, and the mayor's office. Really, it's when we all, like I always say, when we all work together, we get better outcomes and results, and this is a product of that. So I'm really excited to take this final vote today. Chair,
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. So you're going to move to amend I'll let you do that, and then people will probably have their final comments. We'll get through the amendments.
Okay, great. Clerk, can you just confirm, do I move the bill and then move to amend the bill, or just move to amend? Just move to amend. All right. I move to amend Council Bill 121240 as presented on the proposed substitute to Amendment 1.
Second.
It's been moved and second to amend attachment number 1 to the bill as presented on the proposed substitute. Councilmember Rivera, you are recognized in order to address it.
Thank you, Council President. The substitute was needed, the substitute, so that's what the amendment is, to fix page number references, add clarifications on 2 pages, 54 and 63, and make technical corrections to address central staff errors in the spend plan. That is basically what the substitute is doing. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any comments on the substitute to attachment number 1? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the substitute to attachment 1?
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss? Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Motion carries. Substitute is adopted. Councilmember Saka, you are recognized to move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 121240 as specifically presented on Amendment A.
Second.
It's been moved and second to amend the bill as presented on Amendment A. Councilmember Saka, you're recognized in order to address it.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Rivera, Chair of the committee that shepherded and oversaw this process end to end for, as was noted, two years now. So colleagues, this amendment is straightforward, practical, and intended to strengthen how we expand the Seattle preschool program over the life of this levy. I want to thank again Chair Rivera, Council colleagues, and Deal for their work on this implementation plan and for the collaborative conversations we've had throughout this process. This amendment simply clarifies that as Deal considers where to expand preschool capacity in future years, it should explicitly consider 2 important factors. First, the geographic areas with the highest concentrations of families on the SPP waitlist, and secondly, opportunities to help close the kindergarten readiness gap for children who are furthest from opportunity. As we continue expanding SPP, demand will continue to outpace available seats in some parts of the city. But when we're investing public dollars to create new capacity, we should be thoughtful about where those investments will have the greatest impact, and this helps get us there. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Are there other folks that would like to comment about the amendment before us? Councilmember Foster.
Thank you so much, Council President. Just wanted to take a moment to appreciate Councilmember Saka. I know we had some discussion in the previous committees in terms of how to take under consideration geographic location as well as other factors. And I know after some of those discussions, I think we realized that we were closer together than we were on those. And I appreciate you bringing back this amended approach, Councilmember Saka. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foster. Are there any other comments regarding Amendment A? Councilmember Saka, would you like to do any closing? Is that an old hand? Councilmember Strauss, you want to
Sorry, I'm still just waiting in the queue.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm very excited.
Okay, awesome. Me too. Me too. Councilmember Saka, your closing statement? Okay.
I just ask for your support. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment A?
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss? Aye. Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez? Aye. Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Motion carries and Amendment A is adopted. Councilmember Strauss, you are recognized before we have any final comments.
On the underlying bill as amended, is that correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. As you can tell, I am just very excited about having this Families Education Preschool Promise Levy implementation plan before us. Colleagues, last week we had a room divided, not different than the room that we have here that feels a little divided. And I was really happy that over the weekend and early this week that the city council members here, the sponsors, and the mayor agreed on a unified strategy to improve food access for Seattle students. Yes, everyone can win when it comes to feeding kids. We know that hungry kids don't learn well and that we need to be feeding kids during school, after school, on breaks. We need to make sure that food security is central and for everyone who needs it. And that's not just universal. That also means beyond universal. The proposal that we have funds both the universal free meals as proposed by the mayor and 6 years of food support for students in need of outside of the classroom food as proposed by Council President Joy Hollingsworth and Councilmember Dion Foster. These two things are not at odds with each other. We do not need to be at odds with each other, and I was disappointed that we were. I'm grateful for the fact that we are together now. We are united in rejecting the notion that we have to choose between feeding students during school or outside the classroom. We can and must do both. This investment is simply too important not to make, and I'm proud to work with the mayor and my colleagues here to make sure and ensure both of these critical investments in addressing student hunger become a reality. Mayor Wilson said today we are making universal school meals a reality for Seattle this September, and students who most need it will have greater access to food on weekends and school breaks. Feeding every student in Seattle is a goal of the City Council and the mayor, and she is grateful that we are able to work together to find a fiscally responsible pathway forward. The agreement that we have follows these two separate proposals, one from the mayor, which funds the Universal Free School Meals program for 2026 and through 2028 school years, and one from Council President Hollingsworth and Councilmember Foster that would have started the meals at a later date so that we could invest in these 6 years of fundings for food insecure students outside of the classroom. That vote was hard last week, in particular because I know that the Title I schools that are not in my district are the same schools that need food the most when they're not in the classroom. And it was hard for me to say yes to universal meals, despite all of the data that shows that it reduces stigma, reduces documentation barriers, reduces everything, makes kids smarter, all of the rest. It is hard for me to take limited dollars when I know that kids down in other parts of the city are hungry on weekends and on breaks. And I know that when we put our best work together as the mayor, as the council, we can find pathways to do this right. And that's what we've done. We've been able to find the pathway for the Family's Education Preschool Promise Levy to fully fund the after-school meals and the weekend meals. And we found one-time funding to get the universal meals started this year. And so yes, we all can eat lunch, but I can tell you there's no free lunch, but we can make sure that the kids don't have to pay for it because the kids need to be fed so that they can learn well. I went off script. I'm excited that we will continue this conversation next week in the Finance, Native Communities, and Tribal Nations Committee, identifying which one-time fund source option we will utilize so as not to add to the structural budget deficit and to ensure that we are feeding our kids because we know hungry kids don't learn well. Thank you especially to our students who came to advocate for the future that they want to see. Thank you, Council President.
Awesome. Well said. Thank you, Councilmember Strauss and our budget chair. Are there any other further comments regarding the bill, the final bill before us? We do. Okay, awesome. We have Councilmember Saka followed by Councilmember Foster.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Colleagues, I voted against the bill as it was then amended in committee because I think we were aligned on concepts, but the specific language, I thought gutted too many hard-fought D1 priorities with respect to implementation. I am heartened and appreciative of the support for my amendment to clarify what was intended the entire time. And as Councilmember Foster noted earlier, there was a very spirited discussion at the time, but I think we're all more aligned and on things than we differ. So so I will be supporting this today, excited to be able to do that. And I'm also heartened, I'll say, by the unified strategy that we've aligned on as a council with the executive. So LEDGE exec unified strategy to feed kids in school, provide universal free school meals for all starting this year. So I want to thank the leadership of Council President Hollingsworth, Council Member Foster, and Budget Chair Strauss for that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Council and colleagues, just to know, this is the final comments regarding the bill before us for the FEPP levy implementation, and then I will hand it back to our chair for closing comments. Council Member Foster.
Thank you so much. Okay, we've been working on my IT stuff over here. Thank you so much, Council President. And I want to start with just a lot of appreciation. So, first I'll say thank you to in this instance, Chair Rivera, for your work on this, both last year and this year. I said it, when we did STM, putting these together is a lot of work. And so just want to acknowledge and appreciate that. I also want to express my appreciation to the central staff here who did just a lot of work in terms of the FEPP I&E plan, and just want to express my gratitude to them, to the staff and the leadership at DEAL, and to the staff and the leadership in the mayor's office, and to the mayor as well. Councilmember Strauss, you went off script. Me too. So this will be fun. I think I just want to speak from the heart a little bit, and as we all know, the discussions that we've had in chambers over the last few weeks on this have been really challenging for a lot of us. And I think they've been challenging in part because I know that we genuinely care about both of the pieces that I was trying to solve for in terms of the amendment that I brought forward. My experience talking to students who were at schools that have universal lunches but still experience gaps in meal access is something that influenced this, as well as a belief that we should and want to get to universal school meals. And it was important for me when I looked at how much money we were investing, the roughly $500,000 a year, in that out-of-time access, out of school access, that as we're growing and we're implementing universal meals, that we were also growing our investment in that out of school access. And so I'm really happy with the fact that we've gotten to a place where we will be able to implement those both simultaneously and implement them both starting this year, because I think that's ultimately what is best for our students. So I want to express my appreciation to the mayor and her team for the conversations over the last week. I want to express my really deep appreciation to you, Council President Hollingsworth. I think that the ideas that we were trying to put forward here and sometimes were difficult to kind of come across, and to explain, like, what we're trying to do is cover these gaps that we see while also covering all of our students. And I know that was always at the heart of this, and it took a lot to try to stay focused on that. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership there. And I think that there was a part of this conversation that in terms of those school breaks that we just weren't having previously. And I think I echo you, Councilmember Strauss, government, we need to continue to collaborate and deepen that collaboration and improve that collaboration. And I look forward to continuing to do that over the next few weeks and months. I want to express my appreciation to you, Councilmember Strauss, for your there is a way forward energy and attitude that you brought to this. It was really meaningful and contagious. So thank you for that. And then I want to close with just saying, this discussion on how we're approaching meals, I think, has been the focus for the last few weeks. But the focus for the FEPP levy has always been about equity and closing gaps for our students. And we have a long way to go there on grade level reading, especially for, we look at the third grade numbers for our Black students. We have a long way to go to make sure that we have equity in who's accessing our programs, whether that's preschool or whether that's our programs that are designed for our students who are going into trade pathways careers, or whether that's our students who are going into 2-year college or 4-year college. And that's what I'll be looking towards over the next few years is how are we making progress on those outcomes and how are we making progress on setting our students up for success. So thank you so much, colleagues, for all of the deep engagement on these issues. I know I wasn't here when this was put together, so just to express my appreciation to others who were here and who put a lot of hard work into the concepts in this FEPP levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foster. Well said. Are there any other colleagues that have comments before I turn it over to Councilmember Rivera? I will say this real quick, Rivera, and then you have closing comments. I'll be fast. I want to send a tremendous gratitude to the chair for your tireless work and commitment, and that you gave to Seattle and the kids and families. I've seen you work long hours in the office outside of the City Hall walls, and I couldn't be more impressed with your dedication to help build a successful levy implementation with the rest of your colleagues. And you also did a library levy this year, and then you helped pass the FEPP levy last year. This was the implementation plan, so thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Also sending I will not go into details about meals because we had over $1 billion levy, and this was like less than a certain percentage of the conversation because there's so many amazing things within this levy. Very grateful to Councilmember Foster for your partnership on this as well. And then very grateful to Councilmember Strauss for your leadership on this as our budget chair as well for the city and finding a pathway forward, and to Mayor Wilson and her team as well for the conversations for the last week or two about this. I think we found a pathway forward and just really excited, colleagues, incredibly excited for obviously the meals that are that are going to be for students in Seattle, for those schools that are not Title I schools, and then also, most importantly, the break meals and the winter breaks and spring break, and that is built into the levy for 6 years is a tremendous thing to happen to give people the choice, okay, so they can be able to do their dietary needs, cultural needs, and nutritional needs, and the dignity that has when we give people resources to be able to choose is bigger than a price tag, to be honest. So anyways, thank you, colleagues. I will stop there, and I will pass it over to you, Councilmember Rivera, for closing comments before we take a vote.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you for, saying the piece about this levy there are a lot of parts: childcare, preschool, K through 12 investments, promise, path to trades. That is a lot for our young people in the city in one package. And so all of it is important. So thank you for the reminder on that. I will say, colleagues, it was really important to me. This conversation about school meals, I'm also appreciative because, again, as I said earlier in our meeting today, when we work together, we get better results. And so really appreciate Council President, Council Member Foster and Strauss and the Mayor's office for working together to figure out a solution that works for everyone, because at the end of the day, we care about kids in the city. We care about kids in general. And then, of course, we care about the kids that are furthest from and who are experiencing opportunity gaps. Because at the end of the day, and I'll put a plug in again for DEAL, is I know that DEAL works really hard to ensure that these investments are really closing gaps for our students furthest from their education achievement. And that is why all of the levy is prioritized for our low-income kids and our Black and brown kids across the city who have needs, and we want to make sure that they are achieving academically, because as I always say, as growing up a poor Puerto Rican girl in the Bronx, what got me out of poverty was an education. And so to me, this is the most important levy we could ever pass. Every levy is important to me. This one is the one that's nearest to my heart, because I want to make sure that all our kids have opportunity to grow and learn and have a bright future. And so really appreciate all of your work with that. And again, appreciate the department's hard work and my work with both administrations. This started with Harold, the Harold administration, and I said last week, Deputy Mayor Tiffany Washington, who did so much and partnered with me on this. And then, of course, this administration cares as well, which is, was evidenced by this conversation about meals. So again, we all care so much about our kids, and then sometimes what we disagree on is how to get there. We all want the end goal, and then we all might have different opinions about how do we get there. And then when we work together, we figure out a path. So thank you for that. That makes this entire body and our city and our kids in the city and our families better for it. And so I, for one, am very grateful for that. And I'm so excited to be passing this today, to have much expanded childcare and preschool opportunities for our kids, and K through 12 offerings that have intense tutoring and mentorship so that kids do meet their milestones for 3rd and 4th grade reading and math, which are so critical. They are a foundation. You cannot graduate and go into either promise or a path to trades without meeting your educational milestones, graduating out of 12th grade, and that is what K through 12 is there to do, is support the kids with this intense tutoring and mentorship to achieve that. And then, of course, the promise to every high school student, public high school student and public charter school student in the city to have 2 years of college or a path to the trades, which are really great union paying jobs. You all know this. That one is very near and dear to my heart. And so this is something that we can be really proud of. And I am just so proud of this levy and of the INE that we are ultimately passing today, and grateful, and I'm excited to see it move forward. I will say, colleagues, that in terms of the meals, I'm appreciative of the commitment to it's a gap. It's filling the gap between now and when the state starts paying for this investment, and that is critical because the initial levy did not contemplate universal school meals, so looking forward to the state coming in. And this was intended as a gap, as the mayor proposed it, and as you all have found a path forward, so I am grateful for that. And then also just keeping in mind, as I said last week, there's some investments that weren't in here before, and so we're going to keep our eye to make sure that those investments are serving the populations that we told voters we would serve with this levy. So we're going to monitor this levy very closely, and I look forward to continuing to work with not just DEAL, but in this case as well, HSD, Parks and Recreation, and OSC, Office of Sustainability and Environment, on these investments. So with that, Chair, thank you for letting me have a few extra minutes. I know it's a long meeting. Let's take this amazing vote.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill as amended?
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez? Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Bill passes as amended. The chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Congratulations, colleagues. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Kids.
Always clapping for kids. Now we're going to clap for land use. Will the clerk please read the item? Read item number 2 into the record.
The report of the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, agenda item 2, Council Bill 121215, an ordinance relating to the council land use decisions amending sections 23.76.050, .062, 25.05.070, .340, .455, .460, .502, and .680, the Seattle Municipal Code to clarify processes for council land use decisions. The committee recommends the bill pass as amended, with council members Lynn, Foster, and Rink in favor, none opposed, with abstentions from council members Strauss and Hollingsworth.
Awesome, Councilmember Lynn. I know you've been ready for this. You are recognized to give the committee report.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the members of the public for your engagement today, but also over the past several months. Not just in sending emails, providing public comment, submitting op-eds, participating in radio interviews, and just really having a robust dialogue about, as we heard one commenter say, about democracy, about the environment, about housing, about our processes. So thank you. We did hear this in our committee 4 separate times, and then it was recommended, as you heard, 3 and 2 abstained. There are a number of amendments that we will talk about today. But I just, if you'll allow me to just speak a little bit about what I've heard from community, what I've heard from colleagues, my perspective on this, and just want to make sure that, because we heard a lot of good debate and dialogue today, and I appreciate that, and I take it seriously. I take seriously the criticisms of my bill. I take seriously my job to not just represent my own views, but to represent all the folks I represent in District 2. And I think we heard a number of different views there today. I want to make clear that this is not, focused on the ORCA appeal. That has been a lot of the discussion. I want to make clear that the ORCA appeal is being heard right now in front of the Growth Management Hearings Board. The ORCA appeal was heard on the merits last week, and the appellants are seeking to require additional environmental review and seeking to invalidate what we passed last December, including the comprehensive plan and middle housing. So I just want to, we will wait and see what the Growth Management Hearings Board decides, and I think we're hoping to get a decision in September. I also want to make clear that I believe the ORCA appeal to the hearing examiner, it is a little bit awkward that it would be sort of a second sort of appeal on the same issue, but I believe that should go forward. And regardless of whether this legislation passes, I believe that, and I will be urging the city attorney's office to allow that appeal to move forward expeditiously before the hearing examiner. And this bill does not preclude that from going forward. So I just want to make that clear. I also want to speak a little bit about democracy today. We've heard a lot about democracy, and I believe we all believe in the importance of democracy. Our democracy is not perfect. I think that's pretty evident from who is in president today, and that he's been in that seat twice now. And I just want to say that, I have a lot of history with challenging government. I was in private practice for 8 years, and the bulk of the work that I did was challenging government. I fought City of Bellevue, and I brought a number of SEPA appeals fighting against a road project. I fought against Sound Transit. And then in 2017, Trump took office, and I knew I needed to do something different. And I needed to give back to my community in a different way. And that's why I felt very privileged to join the city attorney's office in 2017. And I loved that job. It was the honor, it was an extreme honor to represent the city in that way. And I'm sad to report that, there was another change, another election that also inspired me. Because when he was elected again, I knew that, again, that I needed to give back to the community as much as I could. And that was an important motivating factor for me running for office. Because democracy matters. And the discussion we've had today, I think is meaningful. A lot of the amendments that you're going to hear today are a result of your voices. I don't know how this bill, whether it will pass or not today, whether my bill will pass today, not today. And that's okay, that's democracy. But I just want to make it clear that I respect all of your voices and that they do make a difference. I know that 1 minute is not enough. Thank you, Council President, for allowing sort of all the comments to go forward. And we heard quite a lot. And we could probably keep hearing more. But I just want to say that it does make a difference. And I also think that democracy doesn't mean that you're always going to win every time. Sometimes democracy means you try and try again. Sometimes the vote doesn't go your way, and we will see, again for this bill, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is that we continue to engage, that we continue to have debates, and also that from time to time that we hopefully listen to each other. And that we work together. And I do think we have a lot more in common than divides us. I attended the vigil last night at the Seattle Center. And it was pretty heartbreaking, And it was just a reminder, one, how precious life is and how we should value each other. And maybe we should take a pause before we tear each other down quite so much. But it was also a reminder that we have so much more in common than divides us. When it comes to things like youth gun violence, how we are really going to have to work together as a community. We are all going to have to come together. And I think it's true here too. As our city, how are we going to address things like housing affordability and the environment? We're not going to get there just yelling at each other. We're going to get there working together. And I believe we have a lot more in common than divides us. In terms of this specific bill, why I believe this will actually improve our decision-making process. First of all, again, it does not prevent appeals to the Growth Management Hearings Board. That stays in place, and you have every right to challenge government action. And we have seen that to be effective. We had a bill last year on the housing in the Stadium District that was appealed to the Growth Management Hearings Board, and we were overturned, and we had to repeal it. That is a possibility with the current appeal, and that will continue to be a possibility with future appeals. So I just want to make that clear. Another thing I want to make clear is that project-based appeals will continue to go forward even if this bill is passed. And as I mentioned, I've fought against a road project in Bellevue. I have great respect for residents who fought I-90. And if there was a highway project, I would be out there fighting with you. And that appeal of a project-based decision like that would be available under SEPA, under NEPA, and should be allowed. I've heard from a commenter who talked about the importance of SEPA to them fighting nuclear power plants in the 1970s. Again, a project-based appeal that would continue to be allowed. I also just want to make clear that I do think there's a big difference between highways being built, destroying communities, nuclear power plants, and housing. I don't think housing and future residents are toxic waste or pollution that need to be studied for years and years and years on end. I believe housing is a human right and we should treat it that way, and that we need to do everything we can to move forward urgently to build the housing we need so that everyone can live here and thrive, so that those who have been displaced have a place to return to, so that refugees from across the country, from across the world, have a place to thrive, so that our young children, our elders, can continue to live and thrive in this community, so that our most vulnerable who are on the streets can have a place to call home. And I believe, again, the way that we get there is working together. It is not fighting. It is not yelling at each other. And that is what I see as a root cause or a root motivation for this bill. I don't believe the hearing examiner is democracy. I don't believe litigating whether the EIS or the environmental impact statement was sufficient before we even get to the hard work of trying to reach compromise and debate and discussion helps our decision making. I have not seen any evidence of that over the past couple decades, whether as a constituent, whether in my time in the city attorney's office, and I'm deeply concerned that if we continue on this path of simply trying to litigate this, that we are not going to find a path forward. We are not coming up with win-win solutions in front of the hearing examiner. We are not listening to each other in front of the hearing examiner. Today, we heard a lot of different voices, and hopefully we listened to each other. I found it very meaningful. I'm going to stop there. I really appreciate, again, everyone's participation in this. I really appreciate all my colleagues. And I look forward to, regardless of this outcome, I look forward to us continuing to work together to solve our most urgent problems. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Lynn, for that. And we have a list of amendments. So if there's no objection, I'd like to invite Lish Whitson. Sorry, I called you Winston. It's been a long day. I'm sorry, Lish. He's our Director of Council Central Staff to come to the table, colleagues, because as we go through them, we might have some questions.
Point of order?
Yeah.
I believe we have to suspend the rules because amendments are typically done in committee. Is that correct, Chair?
Yeah, that was in my, thank you. That was in my notes, Councilmember Strauss. If there's no objection, the rules will be suspended to allow Council Central Staff to address the council. Is that okay? Awesome. I know, awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Strauss. Hearing no objection, we will be joined by Lish, Director of Council Central Staff. Okay, awesome. And then I'm going to move my amendment. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to move to amend Council Bill 121215 as presented on Amendment A.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second to amend the bill as presented on Amendment A. As sponsor, I will address it. No. Yeah, I will address it. It's pretty straightforward. Would you all like an update from Lish about the amendment, or would you like, Lish, will you tell us about this amendment, please? Sorry. Thank you. Putting you on the spot. There you go.
There you go. Amendment A would require that there be a summary provided for environmental impact statements that is no more than 10 pages long for land use decisions.
Awesome. Thank you, Lish. This is really straightforward. I heard people talk about EISs being thousands of pages. So I wanted Seattleites to have a clear, easy to read summary of each environmental impact statement without throwing it through AI yourself. So this amendment requires a summary of key environmental findings, no more than 10 pages in plain English to help people understand what impacts were studied and engage meaningfully during the 45-day public comment period. So something that will just summarize it and make it super easy. And then I also had an amendment to extend the draft EIS comment period from 30 to 45 days as well. So colleagues, I ask for your vote on this amendment, and we'll open up to comments if there's any questions before we take a vote. Thank you. Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to express my support for this. The whole purpose of an environmental impact statement is to improve our decision making. That is hard to do when it's a 3,000-page document. And so I do believe a summary as proposed would be extremely helpful. So just want to express my support. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Are there any other comments regarding Amendment A? Awesome. I don't have any closing comments. Thank you, colleagues. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment A?
Councilmember Saka? Councilmember Strauss?
All right.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Motion carries. Amendment A is adopted. Councilmember Saka, you are recognized to move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 121215 as specifically presented on Amendment B.
Second. It's been moved and second to amend the bill as presented on Amendment B. Councilmember Saka, you're recognized in order to address it.
Thank you, Council President. At stake are fundamental due process rights, free speech rights, and the right of people to petition their government for a redress of grievances. These rights form the bedrock of our democracy, and these rights are enshrined in our Constitution. Colleagues, I'm offering Amendment B because I believe there is a better path forward. We should reform and streamline this process, not eliminate it. Seattle must move faster to address our housing shortage. We must update our comprehensive plan and development regulations efficiently and meet our obligations under state law. But when a public process takes too long, our first response should be to improve it, not abolish it. My amendment takes a balanced approach. It preserves the public's ability to seek independent review of the city's environmental analysis while making that review faster, more predictable, and better aligned with our housing goals. Specifically, it requires the hearing examiner to prioritize housing-related appeals and shortens the standard timeline from 120 days to 90 days. That's meaningful reform. I also want to be clear about what a SEPA appeal is and what it's not. It is not a veto over housing. It is not an opportunity to stop growth simply because someone disagrees about a policy decision. An appellant must specifically identify a legitimate deficiency in the city's environmental analysis. The city's determination receives substantial weight, and the burden still rests on the person bringing the appeal, making the challenge. If the city's work is sound, it should withstand independent review. If not, then correcting and remediating that deficiency before adopting a decision that shapes Seattle for generations makes our decisions stronger, more durable, and worthy of public trust. Now, as an Air Force veteran, I proudly served our country to protect the freedoms that define our democracy, including the freedom for people to make their voices heard. That experience continues to shape how I approach public service today. Democracy is strongest when people know their voices matter, their concerns are heard, and government remains accountable and responsive. Our land use decisions should reflect those same values. We've heard concerns that administrative appeals are routinely weaponized to delay housing. The record before us tells a more nuanced story. Over roughly the past decade, the city identified just 28 relevant appeals. Most were dismissed or withdrawn, and only a handful resulted in any form of remand or reversal. To me, that does not suggest a system overwhelmed by frivolous appeals. It suggests a limited accountability mechanism that generally filters out weak claims while preserving an avenue to identify legitimate problems. That said, some appeals have clearly taken too long. I agree. And that is exactly why this amendment speeds up the process. Housing and accountability are not competing values. Housing and public trust are not competing values. We can build more homes while preserving confidence that the city has done its work carefully, transparently, and lawfully. In fact, public trust helps make lasting, durable housing policy possible. This amendment does not preserve delay for delay's sake, does not create a new obstacle to housing. It modernizes the process, accelerates it, prioritizing housing, and preserves an independent check that strengthens public confidence in our decisions. That is a practical, balanced reform. It moves housing forward without leaving public accountability behind. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Councilmember Lynn, I know your hand is up. I think, can we go, and I forgot to do this, can we go to Lish so you can explain what amendment number B does? I apologize, just for the general public, for transparency, and then Councilmember Lynn, we'll jump to you.
Sure. And in the interest of time, I'll just verbally describe it, but I also have all the amendments if you want to dive into the details. Generally, this removes the provisions of Council Bill 121215 that would eliminate appeals to the hearing examiner on some legislative land use actions. It asks the hearing examiner to prioritize appeals of SEBA documents when they come to his office, and it reduces the amount of time the hearing examiner is requested to consider an appeal from 120 days to 90 days.
Awesome, thank you, Lish. Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you. And colleagues, we didn't have a chance to brief this in committee, so I just want to, for the public's sake, ask a few questions and clarifications. One, I just want to, I heard something about a constitutional right to these appeals. Can you clarify, is there, under state law, do we have to offer these appeals?
No, they are a voluntary decision by the city.
Okay. So I don't think we can't abrogate people's constitutional rights. Is that correct through our bills?
Correct. You should not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So there is no constitutional right to these types of appeals. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Did we? Do you know? Whether the legislature, are they subject to, they are the largest, the Washington legislature, the largest legislative body in the state. Do you know whether they are subject to SEPA at all, whether they do environmental review before they pass legislation at all?
Legislation at the legislature is exempt from SEPA.
Okay, so the largest Democratic body in our state doesn't do any SEPA review for any of their legislation. Is that correct? Okay, just want to clarify that. Did we pass legislation in 2019 that tried to put limits on the timelines for these appeals?
Yes, that's where the 120-day period came from.
Okay, but do appeals go beyond 120 days?
Yes, they have.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. I do have some comments. Should I give those now or should I?
No, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Councilmember Saka, for bringing this forward. Certainly, you know, I believe the underlying bill is reform because people still have the right to appeal decisions to the Growth Management Hearings Board, the experts in this issue. And as I mentioned earlier, those happen in a very timely manner. We, again, saw with the stadium rezone, our decision was overturned. So if we make a big mistake, our decisions are not locked in stone. They can be overturned. But I don't see a material difference between this bill or this amendment and our current practice. And so I would urge a no vote. Thank you, colleagues.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Councilmember Foster.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lynn. I really appreciate those questions and remarks. And you know, serving as a member of the Land Use Committee, I want to say we had this in committee 4 times for discussion. So, you know, as I'm reviewing this amendment that we received yesterday, I appreciate your comments that we didn't have the opportunity to brief and discuss it in committee, so we are doing so today in full council. I want to go back and sort of build a little bit, actually, my questions, I think, pick up where you left off, Councilmember Lynn. You know, so we did a previous reform that led us to this 120-day existing language. And what I believe my understanding is that despite that previous reform attempt, we still have appeals that go beyond that period. So I guess I want to express my concern that there's not a reason to believe that we would be able to reach this 90-day goal. And then I want to ask, Lish, can you just compare to us the bill, were this to pass, how that differs not from Councilmember Lynn's underlying bill, but from our existing practice.
Yeah, the hearing examiner would likely try to prioritize, if there's a significant volume of appeals in front of the hearing examiner would try to prioritize a SEPA appeal. And they would try to schedule appeals so that they take place within 90 days, and that would happen in discussion with the various parties to the appeal.
Got it. So essentially the hearing examiner would make a best effort to schedule within the 90 days presented here.
Right.
Are there any further reforms from this compared to our current practice?
No.
Okay. I think that's really helpful. And, oh, was that? No, okay, I thought you were trying to make an additional comment, Lish. I think, the statement I want to make here is, and I appreciate the balance that you're striking here, Councilmember Lynn, in the bill that you put forward, because from my vantage point, I see that bill as reform, the underlying bill as reform. And I think it's important, again, to remember that there are a number of cities around the state who have been able to successfully manage growth without having this particular kind of SEPA appeal at the local level, including cities who are having greater success with their tree canopy cover and other efforts compared to Seattle. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Councilmember Saka, I do appreciate you for bringing it forward and bringing this conversation. I do wish we had the opportunity to discuss this in committee, but I do believe that our current SEPA process warrants more reform than would be put forward with this amendment. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Foster. Are there any other comments? Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Saka, for bringing this amendment forward. I know that you are, and I agree, we can agree actually in that we heard from, and I certainly heard from a lot of my constituents about their concerns about taking away their ability to appeal to the hearing examiner, and I think that you're hearing that too. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I heard you describing was trying to address that piece of it. I will say that I had a conversation and subsequent, with the hearing examiner, because I wanted to learn more about this piece about delays and how long things take. And in the course of my conversation with him, he talked about this idea of the 90 days versus 120 days. And then I learned that for master use permits that don't require a land use decision, they strive to do, and the legislation says have a determination on the merits within 90 days. And then for those things that require council land use decisions, they have up to 120 days. But there is this caveat that they can always, if it goes past the 90 or 120 days, they can take more time if needed, which is why things take more like 4 to 5 months is what things are taking to hear from the hearing examiner's office. So I think that, so I really appreciate you bringing this piece of legislation. I just don't think it solves for the main thing. And because of that, I'm not going to be supporting this bill, but I do appreciate that you were trying to address constituents' concerns that I share with you. So I want to thank you for trying to figure out a way to make some changes here to address that. I guess that's all. Thank you for doing that. And I understand where this is coming from. And then I also want to express to the public why, and to my constituents in particular, why I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. I don't actually think it gets to where, where I think people want to be. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Are there any other comments about Amendment B before I pass it back to the amendment sponsor? Councilmember Saka, you are recognized for closing comments and will take the roll.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, this amendment, it is absolutely true. There is no constitutional right, state constitutional right to this form of petitioning the government, challenging decisions, seeking redress in such a manner. But there is a statutory right to do so currently, and the base proposal would erode that right. And this amendment seeks to address the underlying concerns, which is significant delays in the process, and doing that by preserving. And even if it's not a right, by the way, we heard dozens of people today, from their perspective, say it is a right, and then hundreds and hundreds, 756 emails my office received that specifically mentioned CB 121215, received since late May of this year. Hundreds upon hundreds more that don't specifically mention that council bill, but broadly reference SEPA and the appeal process. The overwhelming majority of those, roughly 80%, are oppose the underlying legislation. Some, I don't know, I haven't done a tally, but the perception of the public is that the base legislation erodes a right. And whether we agree with that perception or not, my proposed amendment seeks to address it, and I appreciate the intent behind the base bill. Again, I think my proposal strikes a balanced approach, and for those reasons, I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment B?
Councilmember Saka.
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss.
Abstain.
He abstained, and
I can abstain on
No.
he can abstain on an amendment. No, not in full council, I'm assuming.
No.
Not on bills.
No, we're not on a bill, we're on the amendment.
Correct. The council rules provide that a member may abstain on resolutions and votes on resolutions only.
Stand corrected. No.
Councilmember Foster.
No.
Councilmember Juarez.
No.
Councilmember Kettle.
No.
Councilmember Lynn.
No.
Councilmember Rink.
No.
Councilmember Rivera.
No.
Council President Hollingsworth.
No.
That is 1 in favor, 8 opposed.
Motion fails. Amendment B is not adopted. There is no Amendment C, but now we're going to go to Amendment D. Councilmember Lynn, you're recognized to move your amendment.
I move Amendment D to the underlying bill. Is there a second?
It's been moved and second to amend the bill as presented on Amendment D. Can we go to central staff to explain what the amendment is and then go to you, Councilmember Lynn? Is that okay? Awesome. Lish?
Yeah.
You are recognized. Thank you.
Amendment D adds a number of recitals describing the public hearing process for environmental documents, and then states that when there's a public hearing for a council land use decision, that public hearing should cover the environmental documents that were prepared for the legislation.
Awesome. Thank you, Lish. Councilmember Lynn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Council President and colleagues. This is some ways intended to be a little bit of a clarification. We already have a public hearing requirement for Type 5 council land use decisions. And certainly people are free to give comments on both the underlying sort of bill or what we're considering, as well as the environmental documents. And this just wants to uplift the idea that, again, part of my motivation is to bring forward the EIS process and make it a meaningful process. And that requires that we hear directly from members of the public and that we give consideration to the environmental review documents. And so this is meant to just highlight the importance of the environmental determinations when we do those public hearings. Request your support.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Just to confirm, we did move the amended. We did move the amendment. Yeah, we did. Thank you. All right, awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Are there any comments regarding amendment letter D? It's not a number, it's a letter. No. Okay, awesome. Do you have any closing remarks, Councilmember Lynn?
Nope.
Okay, awesome. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment D?
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss? Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
No.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
No.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
That is 7 in favor, 2 opposed.
Motion carries. Amendment D is adopted. Okay, Councilmember Lynn, you are recognized to move Amendment E.
I move Amendment E to the bill.
Second.
It's been moved and second to amend bill as presented on Amendment E. Councilmember Lynn, you're recognized in order. Oh,
Yep.
Before you do it, Lish, please, will you tell us what's going on?
So Council Bill 121215 removes a requirement that there be director's reports provided by the Seattle Department of Construction Inspections when there is council-generated land use legislation. This amendment would require that council central staff instead provide a report that is similar to the director's reports that SDCI provides. The one difference would be that we would not provide a recommendation on whether or not to approve the legislation.
Thank you, Lish. Councilmember Lynn, you're recognized. Amendment E. Amendment E, colleagues, E.
Yep. Thank you, colleagues. And this gets back to, the underlying bill removes the requirement for a director's report. Certainly people, there's already language that says a council member can request a director's report. And I think in the normal course, a director's report would be appropriate. We just didn't want to require it in case, because that would give a little bit of too much power to the executive branch to basically delay sort of a veto power. So we didn't want to require it, but we do think that a council central staff report can serve a very similar purpose, and I think it makes a lot of sense to have it be neutral and objective. So with that, this was in direct response to community feedback that it's important to have some sort of description, some sort of report, whether from central staff or the SDCI for legislation. So I would request your support.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. We're on Amendment E as in Eddie. Okay, E. Mm-hmm. Is there any other comments regarding Amendment E? Casey, now do you have any closing comments before we take a vote? Awesome. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment E as in Eddie Lynn?
Councilmember Saka? Aye. Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
No.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
There's 8 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. Amendment E is adopted. Councilmember Kettle, you are recognized to move Amendment F as in FIFA.
Thank you, Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 121215 as presented in Amendment F version 1.
Second.
It's been moved and second to amend the bill as presented on Amendment F. We'll go to Lish, and then we'll bounce back to Councilmember Kettle.
All right. Each environmental document is prepared sort of on its own. There are state guidelines, but this amendment asks the Office of Planning and Community Development to provide a report to council whether or not it would be appropriate to create city-specific guidelines on how environmental documents should analyze areas of the environment.
Awesome. Thank you, Lish. Councilmember Kettle, you are recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Council President. Council Bill 121215, in a lot of ways, is a reflection of failure of a convoluted process that has reduced confidence in our system. In my amendment, I note that the state of California has developed guidance on specific topics to guide analysis of impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act. The City of New York has developed a technical manual to guide analysis of proposals under the City Environmental Quality Review. And unlike some states like California cities, like New York City, neither Washington State nor the City of Seattle have developed detailed guidance on how SEPA analysis should be performed, resulting in each environmental impact statement using different approaches to analyze the possible impacts. Clear and uniform SEPA guidelines can increase clarity, trust, consistency in the environmental documents. Colleagues, I would note that SEPA and EIS reports are not understood or accessible to the people of Seattle, and I argue in a lot of ways council members too. We council members need the clarity and transparency with respect to SEPA and EIS, and we as a council need to have this clarity and transparency so that we can have that baseline. Our residents need this transparency so they can petition their district representative and their 2 city-wide representatives. And I note I'd add greater comment time windows are important too. Thank you, Council President, and also the 10-page summaries as well. We at the council, first the Land Use Committee and then second the full council, need to do our job to include hearing appeals from constituents, completing the due diligence and advocating for amendments and or the bill itself. We need to do this with better tools, with greater clarity and transparency. We need standards on how SEPA EIS are conducted and prepared. My amendment is geared to this with the idea that we could better fulfill the role of acting on land use decisions with better baselines, Council President. And colleagues, I just wanted to add one additional point, and this comes out from some of the comments I've heard today, but also previously. It's regarding the tone taken, in the discussions and words used in the discourse over this bill. Today, I note that we are in an air war against Iran. 27 years ago, I was the executive officer to the Director of Intelligence and Air Force General reporting to General Wesley Clark. I worked the target package process centered on targeting and weaponeering for the Kosovo War against Yugoslavia and Serbia in 1999. Today, I do not think it's right to declare our neighbors are weaponizing the hearing exam process, especially in a period of gun violence in our city, as we've seen recently. I know many neighbors, to include old colleagues on the Queen Anne Community Council, who took positions and made appeals. They were acting on principled positions and not weaponizing a process. And I just think, colleagues, that it's important to engage and use a tone and word choice that doesn't demonize either side. And I use this particularly given recent events with gun violence, what's happening in the war in Iran, and the idea of weaponizing and weaponeering and targeting, that I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you, Council President.
Awesome. Thank you, Council Member Kettle. Are there any other comments regarding Amendment F as in FIFA? Council Member Lynn.
Thank you, Council Member Kettle. First, thank you for this amendment. I do think, as you pointed out, this whole process is oftentimes confusing and not very accessible, both for the public and for colleagues. And so I do think it's important to try to improve that, including with best practices. And thank you also for your comment there about rhetoric. And I want to apologize to the extent that I've used some of that rhetoric. And partially, that comes from my practice as an attorney, where I saw these tools be very powerful legal tools. I guess I'll use a different term instead of the word weapon, but they are very powerful tools. And so that's, it comes from my experience of seeing both businesses as well as other, folks who oftentimes are bringing forward with good intentions, but they certainly are very powerful tools. And so that's where that came from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. I want to speak in support of this amendment and thank the sponsor, Councilmember Kettle, for bringing it forward. I think we have all learned a lot about environmental impact studies throughout this process. And the way I see this amendment, this is a way for more people to understand more about the environmental impact statement processes. And so I truly see this amendment as good governance. I think this will be helpful reorientation for OPCD in our work moving forward. And I thank you for bringing it forward today, Councilmember Kettle.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Rank. Are there any other comments regarding amendment number F, as in FIFA, the last amendment? Okay, no. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Kettle. I apologize. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Council President, I just wanted to note that OPCD has reviewed the proposed amendment language, and they, as they said, are a willing partner to do the analysis and make the report.
Okay, awesome. Well,
And I ask for your support. Thank you, colleagues.
all right, awesome. Will the clerk please call the roll on amendment number F, letter F?
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez? Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Kettle, motion carries and amendment F is adopted. Good job. Okay, so are there any other final comments about the bill before us? It's the final bill, so we have no more amendments. Thank you, Lish, for all your help in explaining those amendments. Now we're having final comments about the bill before us. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you, Councilmember Lynn. You know, you and I talked about this amendment, and to the point you made earlier, I agree that, you know, we need to be able to work together, and sometimes we're going to disagree and sometimes we're not, but I have respect for you, and I appreciate that you have respect for me, and so I just wanted to state that publicly because it's important. And that's how we treat each other. Because again, I think we all agree we need more housing in this city, and we're all trying to grapple with how to get it done faster. So I understand. And I also understand, because I have a law degree, I pull from my legal background as well. And I constantly, I will say I pull from my mediation class a lot, because I try to do where I'm looking at both sides and I'm gathering all the information on both sides and I'm weighing what is the best way to move forward. And, you know, these are difficult decisions. I will say in this case, I really led with my conversations with the hearing examiner because I wanted to really learn from the hearing examiner on how long are these decisions actually taking, and is there a true problem that we need to solve for that weighs and balances that we are taking something away from constituents. That is really hard. And I know that I heard from many, many constituents, both emails and in chambers and conversations about their concerns about taking these SEPA appeals, the ability to appeal to the hearing examiner specifically. In my conversations with the hearing examiner, I learned, as I said earlier, and in part I said earlier about the 90-day versus the 120, and actually in reality it takes longer. I wish that we could have, and pass legislation to truly make it that shorter time, because then it would lead to faster housing, for instance, like I said earlier, we all care about. But we know it takes a little longer. But in the end, what I learned is that most of these cases are resolved within 4 or 5 months. And many of the cases are either withdrawn or dismissed. And then most of the cases are do not prevail. So given all these facts, and also the hearing examiner did not feel like they had limited capacity to hear these cases. They can hear these cases. The current hearing examiner has been there 10 years. And I asked him about his ability to hear these cases over the last 10 years. So based on all of that information, and I'm weighing all the facts, and you know, I too support housing. We need more of it, of all types of housing, I mean. And then taking something away from constituents, weighing all that, at this point in time, I didn't feel like we have a situation where we need to make these changes. Perhaps in the future when we have, if there are many more appeals and then there's an impact to the hearing examiner's office, then there's always ability to look to look at something in the future. But at this point in time, it did not outweigh the ability to give my constituents the ability to appeal if they feel like we got something wrong, given that time frame in the scheme of the creation of housing, and given that most of these cases do not prevail. So I really want to thank you, Councilmember Lynn, because we had a couple conversations in depth about this. So I do want to thank you. I know that you want to create housing faster. I do too. And I'm weighing my constituents' interest and the actual time it takes to do these actual appeals. So I don't want it to be said that I don't care about creating housing faster. I do. These are not easy decisions. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Councilmember Saka, followed by Juarez, and then Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Look, we can quibble about whether the legislation implicates a right or whether it is the more formal technical term of a SEPA appeal directly to the hearing examiner. And we did that today. I'm sure that happened during committee too. Here's the truth. Seattle can build more housing without asking the public to surrender whatever you call it. In my view, I think it is an important measure of accountability. It is an important mechanism to double check our work. I do believe the bill, as specifically modified and amended today, even in the absence of my own amendment, is better than the base bill that was presented at the beginning of council today. But I still think it also goes a bit too far, and I cannot support it. I heard some great public comment today, and in line with a few pieces of feedback that I've heard from others as well about the fact that there seems to be a nominal fee that people are easily paying to muck up the system with frivolous claims. If this proposal were about fee reform or included fee reform as a component of the broader solution, would absolutely get behind that, but it's not. And reasonable minds disagree on any number of things, including where we're at here. But I do want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Lynn, for bringing this forward, his leadership in bringing this forward. These are tough policy conversations that we're having openly, in a transparent manner in public, directly in line with the legislative process. And so I want to thank Councilmember Lynn for his leadership. I also want to specifically call out that, I've heard some comment, written form as well, people doing personal attacks against Councilmember Lynn, attacking his character, impugning his motives and intent. And now more than ever, with all the stuff going on, I think we specifically need to reject that. That's wrong. We can disagree on policy and substance and the merits of the issues, and we've had those conversations today and for a few months now on this one proposal. But I know Councilmember Lynn, I know his heart, I know his character. We should not attack the character and motives of people for trying to do their level best to incorporate feedback from people. We just happen to disagree on the final policy matter before us, but I do want to thank Councilmember Lynn again for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Councilmember Juarez.
Thank you, Council President. Unfortunately, I will not be able to support this bill today. I want to thank you, Councilmember Lynn. We've had long talks in the last couple months, and then we had a few more the day before yesterday and today again. Let me just go back with some of the basic stuff that we had read. I had read all the case law. We looked at what the hearing examiner said. We looked at the growth management appeal. We had a flow chart. We read a summary and fiscal note. We had the analysis. And I'll give it a little bit back to the facts in a minute. But I want to make something very clear. I don't believe that appeals are holding up housing production. I think it's a false narrative. I think it's a false equation. I don't think appeals and delays, which on the average are around approximately 5 months, I don't think they always equal lack of housing production. And to pit those two against each other, to me, is just, I think it's intellectually not correct. I don't want to say dishonest because I can understand why people take that position, but I don't agree with that. I cannot make the connection between or an unequivocal statement that the appeals stop housing production. I just don't believe that that's true. And I wanted to add is that we went back and looked at how many of these appeals come forward. And to date, from the stats we received from central staff and some are working with our legal counsel on some of these issues, Lauren, we have 28 appeals that we've received in the last 10 years. And of those appeals, they took an average of 151 days to resolve, so about 5 or 6 months. Approximately 88% of those cases were affirmed or dismissed by the examiner. So that means 12% were either successful or they're re-examined. And I know that there's issues that other cities, other cities don't have this step, and city does, but Seattle does. Well, Seattle does a lot of things that a lot of other cities don't do. And Seattle is the #1 city in the state of Washington and the largest economic driver in the state. And therefore, we have a lot more density. We have a lot more people involved in how this city is going to grow. And so I kind of felt like this legislation was a solution looking for a problem. I would rather err on the side, and I know people don't want to hear this, status quo, no. I want to err on the side of giving a little bit more, giving the room that the people of the city are accustomed to stepping forward to protecting the environment, the trees, the tree canopy, and all the other issues that we have. Now, yes, there are people that take advantage of the SEPA law and use it as a sword to stop construction over something we've seen it. They've misused that. And I rely on the hearing examiner as a former judge to weed those things out and say, this is frivolous. You're just doing this to stop it because you don't like it. And that happens a lot. That's why we have a hearing examiner. That's why sometimes this board or this group, us as elected, have quasi-judicial issues as well. When we were doing the waterfront, we had 62 lawsuits, 63, I think. And at that time, as council president, I said, you know what? We're going to hire a hearing examiner. We're going to go through every one of those, but we're not going to become experts. We're going to let a hearing examiner listen to folks, come forward and make a record and a recommendation, and we will go from there. I did not want to stand in the shoes of that. Now, there is a former city attorney here, and I listened to what he was saying, and I know lawyers kind of get caught up in the wonky stuff, but I agree. City of Seattle, one of the things, love it or hate it, we love committees, we love public comment, we want to hear more. And we can't grow more ground. We can't grow more Seattle. This is all we got. And that's why people fight about every inch. And in particular, what concerns me because of redlining in south of the Ship Canal is we have we have more greenery in the north than we do in the south. And those neighborhoods have hurt for that. Without a tree canopy, we in the north have fought really hard to protect Thornton Creek, the North and the South Fork. And we still want to protect and keep as much land as we can green for the folks south of the Ship Canal. So for those reasons, I do agree with as a lawyer, I agree with Councilmember Lynn that this is kind of an unnecessary, kind of holds things up. I get it. It would streamline it. It would probably be more convenient for the city attorney's office. But as a legislator, not as a judge, not as legal counsel, but as a legislator for the city of Seattle, I have to err on the side of more, because that's due process, and that's what the people want. So with that, Councilmember, I'm sorry that I cannot support your legislation today. But I want to say this, though. Councilmember Lynn is incredibly diligent, incredibly intelligent, and I really enjoy talking with him. And I love this about him, is that we can agree to disagree, and we're good. And that hasn't always been the case in my 10 years on this council. So thank you, Councilmember Lynn, for being not only intellectually wonderful to spar with, but being a true gentleman. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Juarez. Councilmember Lynn, you want me to go to you last?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Councilmember, can we go to Councilmember Rink? She hasn't spoken yet, and then Councilmember Rivera. Awesome. Councilmember Rink. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, in preparation for this policy matter, really starting when we had our first committee briefing, which then followed 4 separate committee briefings on this topic, I spent some time to do a refresher on our SEPA process with an eye towards how they're developed, but also opportunities for community voice. Now, the city's practice has been to use outside consulting teams to develop environmental impact statements with input from subject matter experts in city departments. 7 different consulting firms were a part of the team that put together the One Seattle EIS. This includes Burke Consulting for SEPA documentation, land use and shoreline patterns, relationship to plans, policies and regulations, population, housing, and employment, and public services. There was then Furs and Peers, who covered transportation, then Historical Research Associates for cultural resources, Kimley Horn for air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, energy and natural resources, and noise, Makers for urban form, Parametrics for earth and water quality, plants and animals, and utilities, Schemata Workshop for urban form, and Environmental Analysis Advisor. And then state and federal agencies and tribal governments were consulted in developing the EIS and were explicitly given opportunities for input. And during the scoping process for an EIS, it should be noted that anyone can provide input into what should be studied and how it should be studied. So, for example, during the scoping process for the One Seattle plan, OPCD received more than 1,000 comments on what should be studied, both in terms of alternatives and the analysis that should be done. And it's my understanding that this is one of the most impactful opportunities to shape environmental review at that stage. Now, both EISs and determinations of non-significance, or DNS, provide opportunities for comments. For an EIS, the opportunity to comment comes when the draft EIS is complete, the draft EIS is published, and anyone can submit their critiques, criticisms of that analysis that was performed. Now, I can actually recall during the town hall phase of the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan, 4 of the town halls I had attended back in 2024, they had a table designated for EIS comments. Now, the SEPA lead agency and consultant team are required to respond to every substantive critique. EISs are frequently and extensively updated to respond to comments, and for a DNS, anyone can submit comments identifying deficiencies or problems with the analysis that can be performed. So for the types of land use decisions that are under consideration in this particular bill, the council must hold a public hearing and take public comment before acting. This is one opportunity of many for anyone to raise their concerns with environmental review before decision makers are acting on a piece of legislation. And as you can imagine, and as is evidenced by today, we hear from the public a lot, not just in this room, but through our emails, phone calls, in community. I get stopped on the street to talk about the work of this body very often in the work that we're doing in this city. But in other words, an EIS or DNS is one input for council member deliberations, and we hear quite often and consider any other information the public wants to provide when when we are considering adopting a bill. And as was emphasized in public comment, and again by the bill sponsor, these appeals can still be brought to the Growth Management Hearing Board at no cost, or to the King County Superior Court. And appeals and legal action can still be brought on for land use decisions, including council rezones, designations for major institutions, master plans, area-wide rezones, public facilities that have exceptions to code, and more. So, colleagues, thank you for indulging me on that. I just wanted to highlight opportunities and ground us in what the process is and the opportunities that the public has to engage in this democratic process and more broadly in our local government. And we saw that today. And I am grateful that we heard so many voices today. I want to reflect a comment that stuck with me from one of our public commenters about how people being engaged in their communities and feeling ownership over their neighborhoods is an asset to our city. And so I feel lucky that the matter that we're talking about today is a matter of engaging and the levels and ways that the public can engage on land use matters and really what is the work of building our city. And today we heard a coalition of support for this bill from affordable and social housing developers and providers, environmental justice attorneys, scientists, and organizations like 350 Seattle and Puget Sound Sage, tenant rights organizations as well. You know, it's not every day that our neighbors in the Seattle Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce agree on something. But I want to close with this. Seattle is my home, but I grew up in another place. A place where we had a saying, if it's yellow, leave it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. And if anyone knows that phrase, it's gross, first of all. But if you're not familiar with that phrase, it's something I feel like we tell ourselves to cope with drought conditions, which I grew up in a lot. And so I know my whole life, like many millennials and younger generations, we have been staring down a climate crisis our whole lives. Growing up in constant drought, it felt real. The thought of not having water to drink is terrifying. And that climate anxiety has only amplified as our climate crisis has worsened. And as I then entered into adulthood, from almost getting heat stroke in my apartment during the heat dome here in Seattle. Now, we know that the best thing that we can do to address our climate crisis locally, and that is within our powers, is to lower our emissions. And in the city of Seattle, 2/3 of our emissions are coming from transportation. And we lower our emissions by getting people out of their cars. We do that not just by increasing public transit options, but by building more housing within the city so people can be closer to their communities and where they work. So I voted yes in committee on this, and I will be voting yes today. And I do want to thank our land use chair, Councilmember Lynn, for all the work that you've done on this. As was reflected by Councilmember Kettle, Councilmember Saka, I too have been disappointed over the past couple weeks that the public discourse has then included direct attacks on you as a person. And I know that your work on this bill has been guided by a urgency to move towards addressing the very real affordability challenges our city and our climate crisis, and I applaud you for that. And I know that this bill will position us better as decision makers to take the overdue action to address our housing and climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rank. Councilmember, before we go to you, is there any other councilmember that wanted to talk before we do second? Okay, Councilmember
Strauss.
Is that okay, Councilmember Rivera? We're
Yep.
just letting everyone talk first, and then we'll come back. Okay, awesome, Councilmember Strauss, followed by Councilmember Foster.
Thank you, Council President. Overall, I'm disappointed about how this community has been led through this conversation. This bill was heard in committee 4 times and waited 2 weeks to come to council, and yet the timing and policy framing has made this conversation about everything else other than this bill. We have people literally talking past each other. It is, in fact, possible that different segments of our community can look at the same words on a piece of paper and come to different conclusions. Does passing this bill help or harm the environment? Does not passing this bill help or harm the environment? It is our job to steward the community through this conversation in a way that decreases conflict and increases our ability to work together to a common future that is brighter and better than what we have today. I am disappointed where this process has landed us and has been explained. For you, the public, and our residents, the number and the content of amendments at full council is the data point that describes through action that this conversation has been past each other rather than with each other. And that's what I'm disappointed in today. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Strauss. Councilmember Foster.
Excuse me. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Lynn, again for bringing this legislation forward. I'll put the cart in front of the horse and say I supported this in committee, and I'll be supporting it again today. And I'll be brief with my remarks. From my vantage point as chair of housing, one of the things we need to make sure we are focused on in this city is spurring additional housing production. And we need to do it across all income levels and all types. And we need to do it in a way that is inclusive because, as was already stated, sprawl is one of the most threatening things when it comes to climate change. And not just climate change, but enjoying your lives and having livability. I talk a lot to folks who are outside of the city and are commuting in for work or play or fun or church, and that has an impact not just on climate when folks are in their cars, but also on your time and anybody's ability to enjoy their life and their livelihood. And I think that's something we need to continue to address with housing affordability and housing investments in our city. And I'll say again, I think that what has been brought forward here, I do see it as reform to our process, given that we will still have the growth management process available for residents who want to seek an appeal, given the application when it comes to project level actions. And I want to say, I appreciate the clarity that we got to have in our last committee when we had this discussion around applicability of this. So from my vantage point, I think this is a successful approach at reform. I think we have to look, no further than other cities like Bellevue and Everett, who have already have this process in place, this change and this difference in place, to see that this is something we can put in place and continue to have success in being a city and being the largest city in the state. I think we have a responsibility to strike that balance, and I do believe that the proposal that you've brought forward strikes that balance, so I'll be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foster. And before you go to your last words, Councilmember Lynn, I'll speak about. I just want to thank you for bringing this forward and just double down on what everyone said about the. Oftentimes we miss the policy discussion. We go straight to character assassinations, and it's just unfortunate. So I just want to say that for the record, because we do have to work together, and but it comes from both sides. Okay, so just want to state that in committee I voted to abstain because I needed more information, community transparency, and plain language to understand the processes, procedures, and how we were moving forward. And so I really appreciate you taking the time. I know we heard it a lot in committee, and both sides had valid points as well. And that's why I brought 2 amendments to this bill, which was to extend it from 30 days to 45 days. And then we also have the amendment today to have plain English as well. And I also know that I will continue to work on, because there's a lot, there's not just SEPA bills that slow down, if some people like slow down the process or housing. There are things right now the city can permit fees, financing and loans, building codes, costs of materials, execution of projects, utility connections, infrastructure, expensive land. I have projects all over in the district that either don't have financing, they can't get started, numbers don't work, the utility fees are high to connect, the SDOT to do the beautification and infrastructure upgrades. There are a ton of things that go into building projects that do not involve, that are that are within our reach that we can be able to cut red tape and be able to do. And I'm always committed to that. So Councilmember Lynn, really appreciate this amendment, this bill. I know exactly where your heart is at and where it continues to be at for this and fixing a problem to make things faster and reach the sense of urgency that people have asked for housing as well. So thank you, Councilmember Lynn. I don't know if there are other folks that need to speak or would like to speak. Councilmember Rivera, did you have final comments before I pass it to Councilmember Lynn?
Agreed, Council President, in terms of, I do appreciate Councilmember Juarez, your point about, I don't think this is the thing that's actually causing the most bottlenecks to the creation of housing. I support creation of housing, and I'm here to have conversations about what we can do to incentivize that, because we need housing of all kinds, just across the board. So I look forward to the continued conversation. I did have, in my conversation with the hearing examiner, he also mentioned, in the last 10 years, maybe his decisions have been, or the hearing examiner's decisions, I believe, have only been reversed twice, I think. So I think that at this point in time, this isn't the thing, and so I won't be supporting this bill, Councilmember Lynn, and I so appreciate the conversations we've had, but I am here to continue the conversations, Councilmember Lynn, on what we can do to support the creation of more housing in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Councilmember Lynn, final comments?
Yeah, thank you all, and I'll try to keep this short. I know people need to get going. I know that change is hard. People who take advantage of the SEPA process are used to it. But I think, the question for me, for legislative matters, and this is, it's different for project-based decisions where we are not the decision makers, but for legislative matters, we are the decision makers. And that's at the heart of this for me, is where do people go to make their voices heard? Do we send people off to the hearing examiner who has no ability to make substantive changes, who has no ability to foster dialogue, compromise, solutions? And I really see it as a delegation of our responsibility to engage more directly. So I believe that we only have so much time and resources, and this would give us additional time and resources to do that direct engagement, where I believe that we're going to get better outcomes and better democracy with our community. That's why I had 4 committee meetings on this, because I'm not just about rushing the process. I'm about improving the process, and that's what I believe this bill does. I believe it fosters dialogue by putting council back in the center seat of engaging with how to protect the environment, how to understand the impacts of the environment. And with that, I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Will the clerk please call, are there any other final comments? Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Saka?
As amended, I'm sorry. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill as amended?
Councilmember Saka?
Nay.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
No.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
No.
Council President Hollingsworth?
No.
That is 5 in favor, 4 opposed.
Bill passes. The chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Congratulations, Councilmember Lynn. Will the clerk please read item number 4 into the record? Pardon me? Oh, Lord.
The report of the City Council, Agenda Item 3, Council Bill 121-256, relating to city employment, authorizing execution memorandum of agreement between the City of Seattle and the professional and technical employees, Local 17, regarding the accretion of the Fire Protection Engineer classification series.
This is Council Bill 121-257.
6.
One second, colleague. I don't have a paper. Sorry, we're going to be at E. Okay, found it. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you. Item number 3 into the record. You just read it. Okay, I move to pass Council Bill 121256. Is there a second?
Second.
Awesome. It's been moved and second to pass the bill. As sponsor of the bill, I will address it. Thank you, Karina, for sending us such a detailed memo about this bill. Council Bill 121256 would authorize a memorandum of agreement between the city and the professional and technology, PROTEC17, okay, regarding the accretion of the Fire Protection Engineer classification series in the PROTEC17 Strategic Advisors and Managers Collective Bargaining Agreement, which is called the CBA. The MOA would cover 5 employees in the Seattle Fire Department. Employees in these positions review and approve fire protections and life safety systems and building plans and drawings to ensure conformance with fire and life safety codes. This agreement would include a 9.4% salary increase for each employee and the provisions in the existing Strategic Advisors and Managers CBA. Are there any other comments regarding the bill before us? Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Member Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Bill passes. The chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Item number 4, will the clerk please read into the record?
Agenda item 4, Council Bill 121257, relating to city employment, authorizing execution of a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Seattle and the Seattle City Light and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 77.
Awesome. Colleagues, I move to pass Council Bill 121257. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to pass the bill. As sponsor of the bill, I'm going to address it. CB 121257 would authorize a collective bargaining agreement between the city and International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 77. The CBA would cover 548 electrical workers in Seattle City Light. The agreement would include negotiated wage adjustments for specific positions ranging from 5 to 15% that were informed by comparative market studies and general annual wage increases, AWIs. Colleagues, I urge your support, and we'll pause to see if there's any other comments on the bill. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Awesome. The bill passes. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Will the clerk please read item number 5 into the record?
Agenda item 5, Council Bill 121258, relating to city employment, authorizing execution of a memorandum of understanding that modifies the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Seattle and the professional and technical employees, Local 17.
Council Bill 121258 would authorize an MOU between the city and PROTEC17 to correct pay inversions for the Bridge Electrical Maintenance Supervisor and Bridge General Maintenance Supervisor's positions in SDOT. So all this is just a pay inversion for the bridge electrical maintenance. Pay inversions happens when classification is paid more than a senior or supervisory class. So after 500 job titles across the city received a negotiated wage adjustment under the 2023 to 2026 coalition agreements, some senior or supervisor classifications experience a pay inversion. So including the bridge electrical maintenance supervisors and bridge general maintenance supervisor positions. Colleagues, is there any questions regarding the bill before us? I did not move it. Can I move Council Bill 121258? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second for Council Bill 121258. If there's no other comments, can we take a vote?
Councilmember Saka? Aye. Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
Aye.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Council President Hollingsworth.
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Bill passes. Chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Colleagues, there were no items removed from the consent calendar. There is not a resolution for introduction or adoption today. Councilmember Foster will be excused if there's no objection from the August 18th City Council meeting. Hearing no objection, Councilmember Foster is excused from the August 18th council member meeting. I know we've been in here 4 hours, but I promised this little girl I'd read the email her mother sent, so I just want to let you all know. This young woman, before we go, this young woman sent me an email that she was a parent of a 3-year-old. They were recently playing at a playground in Montlake Playfield, fell on the ground, and pretty high up, about a 6-7 foot landing. When she landed on her back, she was able to recover completely despite that high fall, but she used to poke fun at the many playgrounds and fields that were covered in soft turf. She said she used to roll her eyes, but after this experience, she understands why, and she wants to thank the council members for all the votes on a lot of the sustainable fields and the playgrounds that come. And so we're here to say, Kira, we love you. We're glad you got well, and we want to make sure you're on a bunch of playgrounds throughout the city that can have soft landings so you don't fall again. Okay, Kira, the 3-year-old. We hope that you're getting well. All right? So just wanted to read that. Last but not least, colleagues, before we end this meeting, I also want to say I want to thank you all for your hard work. I know it's been a challenging couple weeks with a lot of the stuff going on, but I just want to say really appreciate, and I hope as colleagues, I'm wrapping it up. I have this last thing that I really want to say, Councilmember Juarez, okay? So thank you. I see you rolling. This is my last thing, is that we continue to protect the character of our council members with each other, especially in public, because a lot of times there's a lot of character assassinations, and I just want to say I have each and every one of your back because I know that your intention, and I hope that you all continue to do the same as well, not just behind closed doors, colleagues, on the dais and out front into people as well. I think that's really important as well when we're doing this. So I appreciate you all. You know I have your back, and I just want to thank you. So with that, if there's no further business, guess what? We are adjourned. We've reached today's agenda. The next city council meeting is going to be August the 4th at 2 p.m. Hearing no further business, we are adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.